So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 2 in December. My name's Matt Payne, bringing you all of the race action. And here in the commentary box with me, it's one and only Emma Martin. Emma, good to be back in the commentary box again. It's relatively quiet in the commentary world,
I
which is
know.
quite nice because it means lots of bike riding for me normally. But I've actually had a trip back to the UK with no bike riding, which has been really weird.
Ooh.
Have you been out on the bike much?
I have been out pretty much every day for 8 days in a row, and then I've had to have a
Oh.
couple off. But today, let's focus on the Sunday Race Cup because the women are heading to Arabia to the Jebel Hafeet. 35 kilometres of racing, 905 metres of climbing. And yes, I know we normally use this course for a monthly final, but not today. It is indeed Qualifier 2. You haven't been asleep, and a couple of weeks of December have flown past. The women will be flying today, though, and they'll be flying in windy conditions because with the new update on MyWhoosh, the wind is on today. Well, they come out of the start and 2 sprints, the 3 kilometre and 7.2 kilometre marker before they do the aquarium climb, which is where the first of the 2 categorised climbing checkpoints are. The Silent Dune sprint is in between those 2 climbs. And of course, then we head at the 25 kilometre marker into the Jebel Hafeet. 9.5 kilometres of climbing face the women today with an average gradient of 7%. There are some small respites along the way because you can see those stepped sections. But 690 metres of elevation in that final 9.5 kilometre climb. And then once they get to the polka dot banner, which is the checkpoint for the Jebel Hafeet, there's 500 metres to the finish line. For me, though, today, it is all going to be about the new feature and seeing what sort of difference it makes.
So, for those of you who haven't been following MyWhoosh on social media, and you need to do that, it's really simple at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. And don't forget, of course, you can follow on X as well at my_whoosh. It's really simple. There are wind effects. It's wind effects. And that means that the wind will be blowing today on our riders, and they will need to steer to make the most of the draft available. We'll go into it in more detail once we get our riders up and away and give you a little bit of an insight of how that feels to ride and what the tactics are potentially going to need to be played out here if riders are not to get a complete battering by the breeze out on the course and make it even harder. So there are ways to get make the most and to dodge this increased breeze and the increased resistance that's going to give the riders and hopefully minimize their time out on course. As always, 6 race categories in our women's and men's races. Our women's race first, our men's race second. The women's race with our 6 categories, starting with category 6. Now, last week in category 6, we did have the riders out on course in teams, and it was great to see Cycling District Alpha come in ahead of the FCC Cadence crew. So the Cadence crew of Driscoll, Holtman, Scriven, and Webber up against Cycling District Alpha's Almeida, Rodriguez, and Lopes. Remember, at the moment, team prizes not coming into play until we get to our finals. Individual prizes are there. But today, having a team about you is going to have an added advantage if they are able to help you out and in that breeze. So our riders getting ready to go. We're into the final moments of countdown. We're heading for the Jebel Hafeet. We've got 35 kilometers and 905 meters of riding ahead of the riders. Category 6 are up and away. Let's first of all go through the riders, Emma.
Yes.
And let's talk about riders who we think are going to feature.
Well, this is our smallest race field today, 28 riders on the start sheets, and there are some great riders here. Smithson took the win last week. Sudubayo came through in second. Bremner, who came through in third, isn't here today. But Rodriguez, who took fourth, and Lloyd, who took fifth. We've also got a number of new riders to the Sunday Race Club today, scattered amongst all of the categories. So welcome if you have joined us in December. Never too late to join the Sunday Race Club. It might be December, but you don't need to wait till the new year. Well, the Jebel Hafeet, I always think is really interesting because last week in Wollongong, we had sprint finish after sprint finish after sprint finish in a lot of the categories. And it was close racing. The Jebel Hafeet, because of the big climb at the end of the course here, It suits a very different style of rider to some of the short, sharp, punchier climbs that we have on the Sunday Race Cup, where we see sprint finishes. We've had a lot of sprint finishes recently. Almeida should go well today. I also think there are a number of other riders in the mix. Kirchner could go well. Narvaez, Jaskalainen could go well. So there are a number of riders. Fanucci Sarasu, she's one rider you can never discount when it starts going uphill. Or Trudy Stevenson.
And when we think about riders who excelled last week, people like Nikki Lloyd and Liz Smith and Amy Sudabaya, they're the sort of riders we're going to see again, I think, because with the way that it's not flat till you get to the Jebel Hafeet. Anybody who thinks that because of the course profile are being misled because of the scale of the Hafeet. The Hafeet dwarfs so much, it makes things like the aquarium climb look insignificant. It makes things like the Leeward Desert Dunes section look insignificant, and the riders will tell you. And if you go out and ride it, they're not. They are big climbs, and you really will feel those. Our riders up and running. We're in with Veronica Arias on screen in person and in avatar form at the moment, and you can just see Arias currently making sure she's tucked nicely into that leading group. And when you're looking on your screens at the moment, we're going to dive in with the first of the things that you need to be very aware of if you are watching or riding. Top center, we have always had the watts number, so the power that is available to our riders and the power from the riders that's coming down. So at the moment, there's a kick down, 238 watts here for Brooke Donahue to 230. The numbers are in grey. So basically, there is no draft being utilised here by the rider. When the riders go into the draft now, it not only goes green, but there are 3 chevrons that go to the side. And you see, when the riders are in the draft, the maximum draft that they can get is 3 chevrons. It will decrease depending on where in the draft they are. Because on the top right-hand side of your screen, you now will see the wind anemometer. Is the posh word, which basically an anemometer gives you the speed of the wind. It also tells you the direction. So at the moment, Amy Sudabaya has the fan blowing in her face in person, but it's a crosswind coming at her rider, across headwind at 9.3 kilometers an hour. Couple that to the fact that they're doing 30 kilometers an hour. Amy Sudabaya at the moment is having to travel through nearly 40 kilometers an hour of wind speed.
Well, one thing for me is for the riders is, the ideal scenario is to have those 3 chevrons next to the green watts number, and that's what you're looking for. And that's going to take some time. That's going to take some practice in different wind conditions.
And that's exactly what you would find. And it's going to change depending on what you're doing. Sprints now, if it's a headwind, you want to come out into that sprint and start sprinting much, much later. You want to be sprinting 150 meters, not 300 meters into a headwind. If it's a tailwind, you want to go at 300 meters. But a tailwind here is not happening. You can see the riders as they come around here, it goes across to the side. If you're in the draft, you're going to be getting some serious advantage still. But if you're on the front, you're going to really feel that. Personally, I think we're going to see speeds much, much lower overall across the course today. I think course record is utterly safe today, particularly because riders got to get used to this. But as we come in now, you can see we're doing 31 kilometers an hour. Jacqueline Almeida at the moment just tucked into that group, pops out into the breeze, and you can see now coming very quickly off the pedals to drop back into the draft. And this group at the moment on the flat, just under 30 kilometers an hour. We're going to go around this right-hand turn, and we're 300 meters out now from that sprint line, from the sprint checkpoint. I'm going to be really interested to see where people go. Solizano out of the saddle here, really working, I think, at the moment to start to push on. The kick starting to go on the front here, and Lloyd is leading this out. Hamilton is alongside her at the moment, and the pure power of Hamilton and Lloyd at the moment, riders who can produce big watts into the wind, are going to really score here. 600 watts going down from Hamilton as she goes in over the line.
Yeah, really, really interesting. So Hamilton picking up that sprint from Nikki Lloyd, from Amy Sudabaya, Sylvia Shuring coming through for 4th, picking up 2 points, and Georgina Jones picking up the final point through the first of those 3 sprint checkpoints today. So Hamilton now in that green skins it in category 6. They've gone through that part of the course, and now it looks like they are regrouping. For me, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because group riding, I think, and staying in the draft and saving energy, the addition of the wind and the resistance that it will give you is going to sap energy, I think. And I think we will see that in the lower categories playing out towards the end of the courses.
But it's also going to play out in terms of if people have steering and they are utilizing that steering efficiently, they're going to be maximizing their draft by staying at the moment the wind blowing from the left. You want to be hiding on the right hand side of the group. If you're on the left hand side of the group, get out of there quick. Get on the right hand side. And that's why you would see in a crosswind, if you are out on the road, you see people lined out. If you want to shelter somebody, ride on the left hand side in the wind. Go do all that hard work for them, because if you're on the right hand side, that's where you're getting shelter, and that's where you want to be. But if you don't want to give shelter, you ride in the right-hand gutter. No one can take advantage of that.
Also remember, alongside a headwind, a tailwind exists. And in the midsection of the course, I'm looking at the course profile, and you can head over to MyWhooshinfo.com and you can overlay the wind onto the courses, and you can see the impact of the wind. And the course today, Mel Scriven will indeed be getting a tailwind up the aquarium climb, down
I would know what
the
you're
other
saying
side.
when you said up then.
And through. So the midsection of the course, the tailwind is killing. It's going to drive that pace up, and you are going to go so fast, Mel, through that midsection. It's going to be amazing.
Well, if you look at this group at the moment, they've gone from doing 30 kilometres an hour in a sprint to doing 42 kilometres an hour with a tailwind.
I tell you, they got wings.
The sudden change there is all due to, now a straight tailwind is an addition, so it basically reduces the headwind, because it's not going to feel like you're being blown along, because you've still got wind. You're still traveling. If you're traveling at 43 kilometers an hour minus 12 kilometers an hour of tailwind, you're still getting a 30 kilometer an hour headwind. Well, so it's really going to be interesting to watch how this plays out, how the categories use this. You can see, this is brilliant. Look at this. Jessica Hamilton absolutely glued to the back wheel, hiding behind, making sure they stay out of the way.
Yeah, Brooke Donahue on the front.
Yeah, these two riders now with a gap here, attacking with a tailwind, always a good move. When it goes to a headwind, you can't go on the attack, because you're going to get stifled by the fact the group has got a much better chance. They've got more people to shelter behind, but when you've got a tailwind, that's when you go on the attack. More things
to think about, isn't there? And more tactics, more play out, and and I can start to see when we come to the final of the month, and we've got the teams in play. It's going to be interesting to see whether this comes into team tactics.
Well, it should come into team tactics now, because as a team, you can shelter each other, and that is going to be really, really important. And we talked about Cycling District team and the FCC, the Fem Cycle Collab Cadence Crew team. They know they're working now together as a team. They're entering as a team. They're working as a team, and this is going to become more and more important. Okay, let's move away from the wind-driven Category 6, who at the moment have turned from having the wind in their sails to in their faces, as we go to Category 5, the second of our race categories to head out on to the race route. 3 squads are riding today. Erin Nova have 3 riders. That's Amber Johnson, Brooke Samuel, and Hannah Hermansen. 3 riders for the Fem Cycle Collab 5, and Anta Denise, Natalia Andalou, and Palma Mongelli. And we've got the Cycling District 5 squad. Now, they've got 4 riders, so strength in numbers today, I think. Anna Sobrera, Helia Santos, Lady Montoya, and Mariana Libano. Those riders in teams have an instant advantage today, massively, if they can utilise team tactics here today, as you said, Emma. Time to see if Category 5 do that. We're in with one of our real regular riders here, German Paredo, very experienced rider on the road, a multi-time road national champion, and those road riding skills, I think, are going to play out today if she can utilise them here on Cycling Esports, on MyWhoosh, on the Sunday Race Club.
Well, away from the Pen Go Category 5. 32 riders on the start sheets today, and a number of new riders scattered throughout as well, which is fabulous to see. Now, Andelin took that win for the Fem Cycle Collab last week. Idzik and Holweiler, who was 2nd and 3rd, not on the start sheets today, but Prado took 4th, and Lazared took 5th. Now, for me, Maria Wilhelm is a rider to watch today. She actually holds the course record on the Jebel Hafeet for the Category 5 riders.
That's going to be interesting to see how she goes then, yeah.
1 hour, 27 minutes and 10 seconds. She set that on the 26th of October, which was, in fact, the last time we were here in the October final. So it is going to be a really, really interesting ride today and see how she goes. A number of other riders, I think, who could go well today. Anta Damnis climbs strongly, so does Palma Mongeli. Anne-Marie Guiney, never discount her. Jeremy Prado on your screen, great race last week, and she's looking like she's here to enjoy the Jebel Hafeet today.
Oh, German, are you going to enjoy the Jebel Hafeet? It's a long, long climb. There's a definite shake of the head there for the enjoyment. Do you know what? I think today German is going to have to make those. And
I know, I'm going to say a big congratulations.
Yeah,
absolutely
indeed.
Fabulous news. I'm so chuffed for you. Absolutely brilliant. And I'm loving watching you ride and race during your pregnancy as well, Jeremy. So congratulations to you from us.
Yes, indeed. And hopefully the next generation of riders for MyWhoosh
being prepped already.
Well, indeed, we've seen Mina Koivunen do that already, and hopefully we're going to see more of our riders on and racing. It's great to see. I mean, real life exists outside of MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We have to remember that
they are real people. The avatars behind every avatar is a real person.
Well, you know how fast they are in terms of changing things on MyWhoosh. You never know. We may see avatars change depending on what our riders are up to in person. Now, just taking a dive back in here to the second of our sprints. Remember, each sprint segment has a prize on that checkpoint as well as the points for the sprint competition. Hamilton now being taken on by Sudibayo. Sudibayo out of the saddle here. Look at that face on Sudibayo as she comes into that sprint. She wanted that and she made it her own. She's going to take away that checkpoint prize. Interestingly, that breakaway, though, did not stick because the moment that it came from that tailwind to the headwind, the group came back together again. So category 6 coming through the second of the sprints now taken by Sudibayo. I have to say, given that this is a cross headwind,
she was third in the first sprint, so interestingly, she's now amassing points. And for me, that's really got to do with the aquarium climb is coming up next and that final sprint checkpoint after the climb. And we do know Amy Sudibayo in category 6 is one of the strongest climbers.
And normally we would see Hamilton potentially be in trouble on that climb. This time we've got a tailwind potentially all the way up the climb.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's going to make a difference.
But Palma Mongeli has not disappointed. Palma, thank you so much. I am loving the festivities. I am loving the lights. Now that is what you call a festive pain cave.
Yes. The Grinch in me goes, oh my goodness. But the big kid in me is going, oh wow. That's very... I have to say, the studios here at Full Speed Events, where Emma and I are commentating from, it's very sparse in terms of Christmas decorations.
I'm inspired now by Palma. I'm going to find baubles and lights for the studio for next week as we head into the festive period that some of our riders celebrate. And, well, Palma Mongeli. Do you know, I have to say, she always has a well-decorated pain cave dependent upon the calendar year. Well, Category 4 are down in the start pen, 32 riders down there wearing those red jerseys.
And as we said, teams are going to be important today. The Fem Cycle Club have 2 teams now operating in Category 4 this week. The FCC4 squad, Fem Cycle Club 4 squad as well. So FCC4 is Young, Krasova and Vochikova. They were the winning team last week. They're up against the Fem Cycle Club 4. It'd be interesting to see if the FCC and the Fem Cycle Club collaborate together as well. Fem Cycle Club 4, Van Rossum, Tonkinson, Viner and Cisioka, the riders who took second place in that team competition last week. So Fem Cycle Club well represented by teams of more than 3 riders, and that's a qualifying number to have a team in the team competition. Maximum of 5, minimum of 3. And I think that's going to be very interesting to see because, of course, you will see teams collaborating together as you would do in other aspects of cycle sport as well. As we go for the sprint here in Category 5, Andalou versus Hermansen and Lazared. Oh, big kick, but that kick from Andalou absolutely driving that
Yeah,
on.
it really, really was. And that was absolutely fabulous to see. Though it is, Andalou taking 5 points from Hermansen, Lazared taking 3, Alvat coming through for 2 points, and Palmer Mongeli rounding out the top 5, picking up 1.
Despite actually being distracted by us on the run into that.
I know.
So, sorry, Papa, for that. Interesting timings, though, because they weren't as quick as Category 6 to that point.
No, they weren't. And a steadier start for Category 5. But as we say, each race is a race in itself. And you can't expect just because you assume Category 5 are going to be quicker than Category 6, they're quicker than every single checkpoint that we have. Different races play out in different ways.
And I think that's going to be exacerbated by what we see in terms of the reaction to the racing now, and the new effects as they take effect on the course as it becomes more and more like road racing and less like a computer game from the 1980s, which is where I think all cycle sport started back in 2015, I think. Well, it was the first game I ever rode on a bike.
Well, Gina Van Rossum riding on your screen at the moment, part and parcel of the Category 4 pack. Now, the pack strong, wide across the road, steady state, steady start here for Category 4. Anna Frias took the win for the Cycling District 4 last week, and Nina Dowling took second. Third place, Lou isn't with us today. She also took the climbing competition last week. Interesting to see her not on the start line. And riders can choose, 2 qualification rides through the month to qualify for a team place in the final. You can ride the final as an individual, but you've got to have those 2 qualification races in the bag to be part and parcel of a team. Krasova took 4th place and Pensonen took 5th. For me, there's a number of riders who could go well today. Rebecca Johnson, I think, will be welcoming the return to a long climb. Martinuski, I think, should go well. Stenman is here as well. Van Rossum, who we've seen on our screen.
Yes, I think Gina Van Rossum
and
will go well today.
I think, could go well too. So Shanna Martinuski on your screens at the moment, part and parcel of the pack, I think could be one to watch today. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Seba Al Ray is in here too, Never one to discount on a climb.
Definitely not. And riding really, really strongly at the moment, riding indoors and out, and, absolutely nailing it.
I was about to caveat with it depends on what she's been doing outdoors
to
see how well she goes today indoors.
I think it's a lot of this is about juggling what you're up to and where you are and what time you're doing it. If you raced the day before, but you're racing in the middle of the following of that night, then that's very different to racing in the daytime and then racing in the daytime again. So where you are in the world, like Martinuska in Brazil, it's currently nighttime. She could be, if she raced during the daytime, she might have been racing either 6 hours or 18 hours in front, whereas somebody who's on the same time racing to now could be either 24 hours in front or 48 hours in front. So it makes a difference. One rider who we know always rides strongly and races strongly, Gina Di Grazia on our screens. Gina Di Grazia was going well last week, I thought. Really working well in those sprints and the overall on a course. I think the Australian course suits Gina Di Grazia in Wollongong. I'll be interested to see what Gina does today here. She's certainly got lots of practice. She knows how to race and ride where there's shelter, to take shelter where she can. So I'll be interested to see how she translates that into today's ride.
Yeah, but interesting. No big pushes off the front of any of those packs yet at the start, with that sprint being at 3K.
Well, let's see if Category 3 replicate those riding styles or whether they are going for it from the gun. We have 3 teams on the squads today. 4 teams on the squads today with 3 riders. Cycling District 3, the team who took 2nd place last week. That's Manfron Lopes and Silver. We also have the FCC 3 squad, Robles, Shanks, Whitler and Tulucas. They've got 4. The Riot squad. Now, Riot last week had 1 team in there, and they took top spot with Balawa, McKay, Real, and Russell. They're now spread across the Riot 3A and the Riot 3B squad. So, Riot 3, whilst they took top spot last time, have now got double the teams.
There's a real riot going on.
There is.
Sorry,
they have the potential to really make a difference here, I think, because Riot potentially have 8 riders who could work together here out of our race field. And that means that is a really strong pack of riot riders. And as you can say, they could run riot across this race.
They could indeed, and it's going to be really interesting to see. Anna Russell took the sprint competition last week. Expect to see her for that riot squad up and running. Now, the first two riders from last week, Murray and Markman, both progressing to Category 2 this week, leaving those top two steps open. Catherine Nielsen took third place last week, and Anna Embring took fifth. Fourth place went to Engstrom. She's moved on and fourth place went to Ruti Rees. Yeah.
Fourth place went to Ruti Rees. Could you get any higher there?
Did indeed, and she's not on the start sheets today. So hoping she's having a good, well-deserved rest. But the Category 3 pack, 40 riders, not quite the largest race field today, but one of them, Barbara Bulwara on your screen, could be a rider to watch today.
I think so. A really good climber, and was 13th last week when she was racing. But I think today is going to be more of a course that suits us, certainly when we go on to the climb. And I think one of the things to be good to say, thank you very much for waving to Barbara as well. Good to have you on our screen. Thank you, everybody who lets us into the Pain Cave. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when the riders hit the climbs. How many people have worked out that they may need a lower gear today than they did previously? Because if you were in first gear previously, now you're on that same gradient going up the same climb, but you've got a headwind as well. Anybody who's ridden up a big headwind into a climb and had too big a gear will know how painful that is.
Well, Camilla Salgado on your screen at the moment. Look at concentration on her face. And it's interesting, isn't it? When something changes, you just don't know how it's going to go. So that added level of concentration today to make sure you're where you want to be. Salgado, beautiful positioning within the pack. Look at those, the 3 chevrons next to the green Watts number. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she's just moved slightly towards the front of the group. And it's going to be interesting to see how she plays this. Yep, straight dropping back in the group, managing that power that she's putting through those pedals to get back into the draft.
And what we saw there is a classic example of churn that you get when you have a crosswind on there. So I'll dive into that in a second because we're already going into our next sprint in Category 5 here. So diving in towards the sprint at the moment of ahead of Andalou. Andalou holding down just Palmer Mongeli coming up very strongly alongside now. They've got a little bit of a gap, but as we saw previously with Category 6 going through here, you're very quickly turning into a headwind, which I'm sure these 3 riders are going, yep, let's get back in that group and let's get hiding.
Well, interestingly, Category 5 still somewhat slower than Category 6 at that point in the race. In fact, around, 20 seconds slower, but Erevek picking up 5 points this time from Andalou. Mongeli picking up 3, Hermansen picking up 2, and Santos picking up 1. So all change in that Category 5 pack through that second sprint.
And now we are in with Karen de Pavia at the moment, coming into the first sprint with Category 3. You can just see de Pavia on our screens in person. You can see the speed here as we start to go in. We're at 30 kilometers an hour here. It's a 14 kilometer an hour headwind here today. Maximum headwind 14.4 kilometers an hour due today.
Well, the pack rolling, and de Pavia, you can see, again, real concentration. And that's because she's one of the really strong sprinters. And we often see de Pavia really start to wind it up and pick up those sprint competitions and those sprint points. So de Pavia watching for those banners. That first green banner, that first sprint checkpoint, the Eldar HQ sprint coming at the 3 kilometer marker. Now the pack starts to wind on the front. Brittany Liston is there. Steyer is there. Horner is there. Mally Steyer, the German rider, really starting to push here. On the front, McKay, and now de Pavia starts to go. De Pavia's gone at around 8.5 watts per kilo. Steyer and Horner, but Diana Corrales now coming through. Corrales absolutely launching at 11 watts per kilo to go up and over the top. I don't think any of the other riders are going to touch her. She's still got 100 meters to go. McKay and de Pavia are holding pace. Interestingly, different tactics there in that charge to the sprint banner. Corrales picking up and really pushing high, kicking up some really high watts. McKay and de Pavia trying to hold a lower wattage for longer.
And I think that was really, really telling for me. that was a real masterclass from Corrales in waiting and waiting and waiting, cross headwind, waiting, then going late for that, and using a shorter, more powerful burst is generally what works when you have a cross headwind when you're riding. That's what we're seeing here today. But it's also, we've seen that change. It's already taking that wind effects are indeed taking effect.
Well, Corrales picks up 5 points. McKay picks up 4. DePavia picks up 3. Horner picks up 2. Steyer picks up 1. Brittany Lytton finished 8th in that sprint. Just letting you know your results there, Brittany, in case you didn't know, but I'm sure you possibly did. She's got the tunes pumping in her ear. The garage door is open. The palm trees are in the background.
I'm loving the background. Outside the garage, you can see the palm
trees.
No, do you know something? Ironically, it doesn't look like there's a breath of wind out in where Brittany Lytton is, even though there is in the world in MyWhoosh. It is warm by the look of it, that's for sure. Summer in the Southern Hemisphere. You try saying that in a hurry.
Summer in the Southern Hemisphere.
Okay, let's dive in. We're coming up to the top of our first climb checkpoint. This is the top of the aquarium climb. The first checkpoint is going to go to Amy Sudabayo. So Amy has been on there. It's okay, Amy. We have seen worse on the feed.
Love it.
It's almost a Hobbit-like look. With the hood up there. Amy, congratulations. That's 2 checkpoints done. 1 sprint checkpoint taken. And
the polka dot.
The polka dot before the climb checkpoint. So Amy Sudabayo doing a great job at the moment. Takes maximum points on that climb.
She does. So Sudabayo takes 5 points. Liz Smithson in second with Nikki Lloyd. Those 2 riders really close together. Katja Jaskalainen is with them as well in that group. So Smithson, Lloyd and Jaskalainen, a group of 3 chasing Sudabayo. Then a very small gap of around 1 second back to Jacqueline Almeida on that climb. She has company because Falana is there. Jones is there. Narvaez is there. So really interesting to see.
And very interesting because the group really breaking up there. One of the things that the riders do need to be really aware of is that unlike riding outdoors, if you were riding in an aquarium tunnel underwater, you would not have any kind of crosswind or headwind. You do now. So you do need to be aware of that. Be very, very aware. It definitely changed the dynamics on that climb.
It does, but I'll tell you something.
That was a huge gap, 9 seconds, wasn't it, at the front of the race, I think,
it was. Sudabayo put in a great job, but I'll tell you something, there was a tailwind up that climb.
And that's why you've got that gap, because it's easier to break away on a tailwind, and you see those gaps exacerbated.
Nikki Lloyd, super tuck moment at the right point here because she's no power, dropping her heart rate, and you can utilize that feature when you're out riding on MyWhoosh and learn how to use it. You can use it in the racing. One of the real big keys to use it in racing is it enables you to take a rest and for your heart rate to drop. It really is a great bit of kit in your toolbox for racing on MyWhoosh.
Just going to, whilst we take a little bit of a dive across, we just seen Alexandra Knowles just on the front in category 4. I'm going to answer a couple of questions on the chat at the moment and say thank you very much to everybody who's been in touch. Christopher Gordon is on board once again. He's going to be on that climb. He's asking, is the last climb the same for the women's and men's races? The climb is the same, but different finishing points, if I remember correctly.
Yes, so the climb in the women's race is 9.5 kilometres. The climb in the men's race is 10.7. So you just keep going a little bit further.
Yeah, sorry. You go right to the top. The other question that was asked is, does the wind effect just speed in game or added resistance you feel on the turbo? Now, when I rode that, it felt to me like it was added resistance on the turbo, but that could just be me being a wimp.
That might have just been you because it didn't feel
it could be psychological.
I'll tell you something, what you can do, get on board and try it.
Yeah, I can't wait to do a little bit more testing on that. I was actually away for a lot of the week, so it was very compressed testing period. Okay, let's dive across into our next race teams due to go. It's category 2 due to go. Now we have a lot of teams, as you can see on our screens. I'm going to talk about our 3 teams who took the top 3 spots last week. In third place, the Riot 2 squad. They've got 5 riders this week: Roderick Wiseman, Heathersmith, Lucas and Sanchez. The team who took second last week with the FCC Cycle Collab 2, with Wellnut, Thompson and Denton representing them this week. But the top team last week was the core powered by Spritz team: Hayley Simmons, Joanna Kalman, Sylvia Gorea and Tiffany Penner. Penner was on blistering form last week. We're going to see if that transfers onwards as these riders head out from race start. This is going to be interesting. Category 2, always brutally competitive.
Yeah, it is indeed. And look at that push out of the start already. Holly Bergin, she's a rider who's dialing. I tell you something, she's going to love the first section of this course, and she's going to love the profile of it until it gets to around 25 kilometres. And at that point, Holly might well have ridden everybody else's legs off. Go Bergin, that's what I say. Maria Marb doing some chasing, and so is Katerina Karamani. The Category 2 pack is the largest race field today, 44 riders on the start sheets, and what a set of riders it is. We've got Marlene Bjarhead and Jennifer Gottlander have gone back up to Category 1 after their performances last week, which leaves some of the top spots open, but we are absolutely packed with class. Cornelia Engström is here, Carolina Lennonen, Sarah Rochel, who had 3rd, 4th and 5th last week. Jenny Eck is here, Eva Essler, Elsa Haag, Tiffany Penner is the Canadian National Esports Champion. She's on your screen at the moment. Anna Svardström is here, Rianne Denton, Hayley Simmons. I think she could go well today if she's feeling strong. Kate McLeod is here, Ramett is here, Schneider. I could just read the list. I'm not joking you as to what type of class we've got in this field today. Lizzie Brooke, Maria Marb, Rachel Brown, Serena Vittori could well be looking at this one today.
Well, let's dive across from Category 2 to Category 3 as they go through the second sprint here. Second sprint already flying through there. Diana Corrales going in through. And,
double win.
Yeah, 2 wins, 2 sets of maximum points, which means that green jersey's looking good, but she's got to go over the Aquarian climb with that on her shoulders and then make her way through that climb.
Can I just say, Category 3, the top 3 riders in the first sprint, the same top 3 riders in the second sprint, so some real consistency there in the competition.
Well, no...
No need to guess what time it is where Katerina Karamani is.
I'm not sure that's a great thing. You know, there's plenty of places where you can go and they don't put clocks in because they want you to spend more time in there and not be aware of what time it is.
We're not in California today.
AKA the studio. But I have to say that's a ginormous slot. I'm not sure I would want that next to me in my paper. Katerina Karamani not having any issues with that whatsoever. Looking pretty smooth at the moment. Yeah. Nicely tucked into this group. Just taking on board some fluids here. I
tell you something. At some point, she is going to win Category 2. She had a 2nd place, which was her best performance in Category 2. Not last week, the week before, and it was a fantastic ride. And I think she's got a top step on the podium in Category 2.
Well, in Category 2, we're running in towards our first sprint here. We go straight across the roundabout here, and then we go around that right turn, and you can just see that kick on the front to try and bridge across.
Bergin still on the front, you know.
This is, of course, Bergin can produce massive watts. She's a watt monster. She really is. And because of that, and Tiffany Penner's the same. Penner is a rider who can produce massive watts. And because of that, when you're on the flat, that's all that matters. It's watts and aerodynamic resistance that makes all the difference when you're on the flat. It doesn't matter what you weigh pretty much. Once you get that mass rolling, it makes no difference. It's all about watts. It's all about aerodynamics. This suits riders who can put watts down.
Well, Penner's putting watts down at the moment. I tell you, she's 385 watts at the moment and climbing as she moves towards that checkpoint. Bergin in second at the moment is the instigator. She instigated this move out of the start pen today, but Penner is the rider making the most of it. And look at the length of time she is holding that power. We see her in the gym on her social media feed very regularly, and this is the result.
This is fantastic. This is where I think this is the best bit that we are going to see with this wind effect, because what it does, this obsession with watts per kilo can go out the window. Go chuck it in your dustbin. This is what racing is about. It's about race to your strengths. Get that racing out there. Brilliant. Penner using that power that she's got, nails it straight through. No problems at all. Right, Category 1 are in the pen. With that sprint, it's taking us right up to start time for our last category to go. So let's get them out of the pens first of all. Category 1, the elite riders, the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme. Time to see who got that glaze on their brulee right and who is just a soggy dessert as we go up onto the climb, because at the moment they need to be crisp, they need to be sharp, they need to be done to perfection for today's racing, and already a massive kick out. I took a look on the, I'm looking actually at the moment on the MyWhoosh info page, and from the start, the very first section here is tailwind all the way out, and this suits a breakaway. This means that it's a lot easier to get clear on this section, and that's what we see. We see,
look who it is.
Yeah, Moroz and Goslander, the two riders who've got loads of power.
And great power as well.
Valensky's
Both of them
on the way as well.
They are so strong. Miroz and Goslander, we regularly see them execute that power in the sprint sections, but right at the moment they are leading this at the 500 meter mark. They're at 50 kilometers an hour. They have absolutely nailed this start. Small slight tailwind into the start to about the 500 meter marker, and they have absolutely made most of that before it switches to a headwind. It's not there yet. It will be there very shortly, but at the moment, Goslander, Miroz and Giovanni with Valensky, Sopers and Kiddle, that's not... Wow, it's a concerted effort.
And you've got to do it before this left-hand turn after the roundabout. That's the key part. And that's what they're doing. Okay, let's dive in with the teams. Now, number of teams in here. Thank you very much, everybody who's entered in teams. The teams with 3 riders or more. Watt Sisters with Valensky, we've just seen in action, Velt and Van Shaw. We've also got the breakaways, Alberg, he'll be looking forward to that climb, Van Heuling and Gallegos. We've also got 2 teams with 4 riders. The Sweat Sensations, who took second last week from the Sweat Sensations. That's Guerra, Fua, Bruni, and Mayer. But the team who took top spot, Ablock International, Kulczynski, Hermansen, Holcroft, and McCarthy, they took away the win last week in Category 1 in that team competition from Sweat Sensations. Be interesting to see what the breakaways and Watt Sisters do here today, because Watts are very important.
Yes, they are, and they really are playing a big part here, because they're part and parcel of that big push on the front. Giovanni, Kiddle and Gothlander are on your screens to the left at the moment. Gothlander, Giovanni and Miroz are on the front. Kiddle is in the pack, chasing behind as they come through the Ferrari showroom at the moment, and you can see the wind has changed on the top right-hand corner of your screen. We won't talk about the wind for the entire race, but we will. Yes, we have set it up as best we can for you whilst the riders have been going out of the pen. But these 3 riders definitely pushing at the 1.9 kilometre mark. It's a hard thing when it goes from a tailwind to a headwind, as anybody out on the road will know. But this is the Aquarium Climb. This is Category 4, and Angelina Roja, she's going to go into polka dots.
She certainly is taking away top spot there. So right from Weinert, then I think it's going to be Pentinen, who's 9 seconds down. We see, look at the spread of riders.
The stretch on that group and how split that Category 4 pack is.
The riders on the top right-hand side, represented by a disc, each of our categories in a different colour. And you can see the damage that's been done. A fast tailwind climb really shakes this up. Angelina Roa in person on your screens on the left. On the right-hand screen, her avatar adorned in that polka dot skin suit. Great job done by Roa here today. And you can just see just changing the gears on the bike there, just dropping the gear down a little bit, gets out of the saddle here as it levels out on this descent. The gradient just decreasing somewhat. They've still got the tailwind a little bit in their favour or to their advantage, but it's not going to make a big difference. I suspect that group is going to come back, because once we come out of the Aquarium Climb, we then have quite a long section with the cross tail, and that to me means anyone going on that Aquarium Climb who could keep it going would be going well, but I suspect that's not going to be the case, because from the Aquarium Climb, it's predominantly a tailwind all the way into the final climb. Predominantly, not exclusively. Now, Category 1, on the way into the sprint, we can see the real big sprint contenders, Moroz, Gottelander and Filansky, the 3 big sprinters here in action as they come to the line. Moroz is going to take that, I think, from Gottelander, and Moroz, as they come through, is taking it. Yes.
0.08 of a second between Camilla Moroz and Jennifer Gottelander there, and that's the way the points go. And I'll tell you something, Bridget Filansky was only 0.3 of a second further further back, Emily Soper's in there as well. So Camilla Miros leads through category 1 at that point in the race. Tiffany Penner led through category 2. Diana Corrales led through category 3. Veronica Sisioka led through category 4. Natalia Andaloon, category 5. And Jessica Hamilton, category 6, was the first rider to go through that point in the race.
So I was just taking a quick check as you were talking there, Emma, just going back to the climb we just saw with Angelina Rowe. Rowe and Weinhardt going over the top pretty much together. Behind Penttinen was back some 9 seconds back on that climb from the leaders, with Stem and Wojcikova taking those points in that climbing competition. Very interesting to see the time gaps as riders are going in through these checkpoints as well. Now, down in the sprints, the category 1 just starting to come back together as we go across to category 2. Remember, each of our race categories with a different colour jersey. Penn on the offensive here because we're coming in towards our sprint. Svarstrom and Bergin both contending this, trying to get across. This sprint is coming, and Penner at the moment is holding off Svarstrom, who is coming behind. There's still a little bit of distance to cover to get to that 7.2k marker, but this is only 100 metres left now for Penner, who's got the gap on Svarstrom. Penner's going to take maximum points. She'll take away the 2 wins, the 2 checkpoint wins so far. You see breathing hard there, and really now making the most of spinning through and keeping those legs turning, trying to flush that lactic acid out.
I'll tell you something, the riders with power really making the most of this today. Tiffany Penner, absolutely brilliant, and it's fabulous to see Anna Svanström, Katarzyna Velna. So where do we get to? So Tiffany Penner, I'm going to do this because came through with 5 points. Anna Svanström came through with 4. Holly Bergin still in the mix in the sprint competition in category 2, took 3. Charlotte 3 points. Charlotte Lucas took 2. Carolina Lennon took 1, which means, you know, it is a very similar group of riders who are on the front of that category 2 pack at the 7.2 kilometre marker.
And behind them on the road, you can see category 1 riders on the way down. This breakaway effectively on the front, which is Gottlander. It's our sprinters, Gottlander and co. They are still at the front. The gap is starting to come down. So the riders who went for the sprint still continuing to hold that gap. Now, back in to category 2. And we are going to see with the riders making the way in. Sorry, you can dive back in with category 1. Multiple things happening in the studio at the same time. It's always dangerous whilst the screens are going. So back in with category 1. That breakaway had just stayed clear with the gap. It's 15 seconds at the moment to Filensky, Gottlander and Moroz. This run in towards the Aquarium climb is tough from this sprint section because we've got some really tough parts to do as we go in with Kate McCarthy.
Yeah, Kate McCarthy still at her dad's place by the look of it in terms of those home renovations going on in their kitchen. So being able to drop into another pain cave, but have rainbow jersey. And I think that might be a track rainbow jersey in the background.
It is
not a esports one.
There's so many.
There's so many the World Championship jerseys in the McCarthy Kennett household that you know, which one shall we have today? Well, Kate McCarthy holds the record here, the course record on the her feet, 1 hour 5 minutes 21 seconds. It is going to be interesting to see that benchmark. She set that in October, just before she went into that World Championships this year, where she was on absolutely sterling form. She's still got that form, we know that, and even though she's taken a little break from the Sunday Race Club, as we drop into the Gabby Guerra household. Very different time of day there, which is one of the things I always find really fascinating. For me, all credit to Gabby Guerra, you know, getting up at that time of the morning and putting in these performances week in, week out. Absolutely phenomenal. I'd much rather be Kate McCarthy doing it in the evening than doing it in the middle of the night like Gabby. So absolutely brilliant. Nathan giving us a little wave in the background there as well.
Evening, morning, afternoon, Nathan.
Lovely to see the support in the Guerra household. And I do love that, because you see Gabby when she gets off the bike supporting Nathan, and you see Nathan supporting Gabby. It's a fabulous dynamic.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And I think that's one of the things, isn't it? Having somebody that's there. If that is a real positive influence, then you know, make sure that you get them chocolates, cake, see, look
Appreciate
after them,
your
appreciate them,
support.
or just cheer them on when they're racing. If both of you race, or whoever they are race, I think it is great to see. I would agree with that totally. Now, good to see Francesca Tomasi in action again, and now out of the saddle here. Now, Tomasi is one of our riders who's got to be really now, I think, has to race to her strengths today. She's going to be looking forward to the
She is.
climbing sections. We know she's got a good sprint. She's got massive power to watts ratio because she's one of our lighter riders, but she is one of our lighter riders, and that
She's
doesn't
a pocket
help.
rocket.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal rider, and I think it'll be interesting to see. Now, just taking a little bit of a look on the handlebars, I'm not sure she hasn't got on those that drops a controller down on the drops to change the gear or to change direction there.
Well, and why not? Do you know, one of the things I do really like is, the riders setting up their pain caves, their bikes, their systems to work for them. I do remember Hayden Pucker saying, do you know what? When you're an elite esports rider, you set your system up so everything is within reach, and you set everything up that, if something goes wrong, you've got something within hand to deal with it, because it's exactly the same. You don't go out for a bike ride without carrying a tube and a pump and a this and a that. You need to do exactly the same in your pain cave when you're riding esports as well. I thought that was a brilliant piece of conversation with Hayden Pucker, and I'm sure Mina Koiston has everything she needs to hand as well.
I know, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? Category 1, 2, they're basically riders who could, if they're not professionals, they basically could be, because they are basically riding at such a high level. And part of that being professional is making sure you've got everything there. People are racing this, and yes, they've got other lives and there's other things going on in their life. And we talked about Jim and Prado earlier on, having there's a real life behind all our riders and all our avatars, but equally making sure that you get it correct at the time is key. What's very interesting for me, we're just going through the sprint checkpoint, and all the sprint points, the key sprint points, have gone out
already
in front.
They have indeed, because Bridget Falensky led through Camilla Miros and Jennifer Gothlander. In fact, Falensky and Miros have broken clear of Gothlander. Falensky led them through 11 minutes 14 seconds, slightly slower to that point than category 2, because Tiffany Pedder went through 11:13. Diana Corrales again led through category 3. Miriam Taylor this time led through category 4. Again, another change, because Martina Ervek led through category 5, and Amy Sudabayo picked up the mantle from Jessica Hamilton in category 6. The different races changing here, but category 1, that leading group of 3, well and truly away and up the road. 21 seconds to Gothlander, but Gothlander is off the back now of the pack. The pack is a duo, Bridget Falensky and Camilla Miros. Absolutely brilliant riding from them.
So that's category 1, and that's on the left-hand side of your screen, or was, because we're in with category 6, who are now at the 24.9 kilometre marker and heading onto the climb. Now, let's just refresh people's memory of this climb. 9.5 kilometres in distance, average gradient 6.8%. It is stepped slightly on here. There are a few sections that are flatter where you can build speed. There are some of these sections, and if you take a look on MyWhooshinfo.com, you go on to the click onto Sunday Race Club on events, and then click the future events, then click the event, the women's race or the men's race, depending on which race you're watching. You can scroll down and pull up the win sections, and this is really critical here on this climb that these riders are facing, because not only do these riders have to contend with the ascent and the gradient, there are 1 or 2 sections where there is a block headwind, and a number of sections where there is lessening of the gradient because the wind is blowing them up behind. Overall, this climb is a tailwind today.
Can I just say, we have had a message in the studio from Nick Scolari apologising for appearing shirtless in Amy Sudabayo's pain cave picture.
So just buy us a couple of coffees, Nick, whenever we see you in the future.
But can I just say, Amy Sudabayo's got enough shirts for everybody, because she's got the green skin suit, the polka dot skin suit, and of course a purple jersey. She's doing a sterling job here. This really is a course that suits her. So the category 6 riders starting the climb now. Kate McCarthy in category 1 is starting the chase now, because she's decided 16 seconds up the road to Falensky is not what she wants.
Time to bridge across. Tailwind section, bridge, move, go. bunch has less advantage to chase. She's got to get clear. She's broken clear. She's got 3 seconds on the bunch. You can see them just appearing behind us now. And in front, that gap is to some strong riders. Now, McCarthy has high power, super, super high power. She's pushing on here at 5 watts per kilo and has got that gap stretching this out already. Interesting, because we are about to take the right-hand turn that leads us into the aquarium climb. So I think what we're starting to see here is that kick, that move to really stretch things out. This is a really interesting part of the course because where Maya is at the moment with this bunch, they've just taken that right-hand turn. It's a tailwind, but every time they turn right, they get a tailwind. Every time they turn left, they get headwind on this climb.
Yeah, but it is really interesting, isn't it? Because at the 9.6 kilometre marker, they are actually going into a fairly substantial tailwind section. So if you were going to launch an attack or close down a gap like McCarthy has decided, it is the right time to go. Well, Nicole Mayer up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals, part and parcel of this group, wide across the road, continuing to move. Elise Gallegos is here, Coinston and Alberg, Holdcroft, Kulczynski is here. So can I just say, Kulczynski has been putting in some phenomenal performances out on the road in the hill climbs in the USA. She really is on phenomenal form. We saw that at the World Championships as well. So what an amazing season she's having.
She certainly is. That's category 1. Kulczynski nicely tucked in that main group, not making a move just yet, but the move's being made on category 2. Right-hand side of the screen, Leinen, and at the moment from Eck, from Wellner, from Larson. Big group coming up here, almost a bunch sprint at the top of the climb as we might expect. They're just coming into this right-hand turn, so they're basically going from a tailwind to a headwind. Johanna Kalman on the way up that climb. The Christmas spike is in full force. She's going to need to harness some of that power, not to power the lace, but to power up to the front of this race as they go over the line there, the top of the aquarium climb. Leinen from Wellner, from Eck and Brown. I think Engstrom are coming across in...
Engstrom in 5th, Karamani, Murray, Proust, Kalman and Larson rounding out the top 10. So close together, that entire pack. I'm just taking a little look back as to how many riders in that category 2 group at this point in time. And yes, I am still looking. 34 riders, 33 riders in the group. Tiffany Penner now no longer in that group. She's 14 seconds off the back.
So she'll have to see if those points that she amassed on those first 2 sprints are enough, as McCarthy now out of the saddle in person and in avatar format, kicking down on those pedals as she comes up this climb, takes that right-hand turn. This is going to be to her advantage because she's going to find, as said, that every time you come around on this course, you take the right turn, you get a tailwind, take the left turn, you get a headwind. And at the moment, on this part of the course coming up the aquarium climb, this is going to be a long section where she can really make the most of this.
She's just on fire, isn't she? Look at it, 25 seconds on the group behind.
I've always said that when the racing gets hard, when conditions are tough, great riders do not slow down. They just don't seem to go any slower. I've been on the receiving end of that so many times over the years that basically great riders just when things are tough, when there's headwinds, when it rains, it snows, whatever outdoors, it does that. When people are battling with you, they just don't seem to bend or break. They just can put that performance down. I think we've seen that from McCarthy here. I think today she is going to have an even bigger lead at the finish. There's Matt's prediction for the day.
Well, she's gone early. I mean, the automatic assumption is that she goes on the Yerbal her feet, and she hasn't. She's gone on the aquarium climb at the around the 10-kilometre marker is when she went. Really, really interesting move. Now, Maria Holdcroft in the pack, and good to see her. I think this could suit her too. You know, she's often, I think, one of the quieter riders in the pack, and she's so strong.
I think it's a really good move because I think a solo chase here of McCarthy is realistically, even though this is tailwind here, it's not really going to work. I think they really need to wait until you've got that long run down. But this plays, McCarthy, I think, has read this right. She knows that once she comes off the top of the aquarium climb, there is literally three headwind sections, none of which are long. The longest of which is maybe 600 meters. The rest is a tailwind.
Yep.
So in terms of when you look at the race route, and if you look at you're looking at it, you're thinking, right, brake on the aquarium climb. I'm not into a headwind the entire way down to the aquarium to the final climb of the Hafit, and I've not got a headwind on the Hafit. I've got a tailwind. It may be that I'm going to go quicker today on this because it's predominantly tailwind on here.
Well,
after what is a tough start, and it's working.
I think, there was obviously some strategic conversations in the McCarthy-Kennett household. And if you've listened to the recent Virtual Velo podcast where they both were, it shows you how much strategic conversations happen in the McCarthy-Kennett household. But looking at the profile, you get to the 8.5 kilometre, 9 kilometre marker on this course, and the headwind sections are pretty much done. It is that first really, really hard 10K into the headwind. Then the wind shifts, like you say, Matt, and there's a lot of tailwind sections which really suit a breakaway. And that's why McCarthy's gone early here, and she's gone on the aquarium climb rather than leave it till later. There's a significant gap to be made during those sections.
There is. Other really interesting point here. Walensky now just being caught by Tomasi. Tomasi, super climber, is coming up towards the top section here of the aquarium climb. She's only just caught Walensky. Walensky using her power, which is key. Power is key when you're racing. Power is it's not quite everything, but it's almost everything. If you can put that power down, if you can get that power, that's the most important thing. And we're seeing that power being used here by McCarthy. McCarthy has a phenomenal power, and at the moment, it's almost a superpower, taking away top spot on the climb.
Can I say just what I really like there is you can see the support crew in the background in the mirror.
I have seen a number of the support crew.
It's great. I do love it. Well, at the moment, Francesca Tomasi really trying to close the gap down. McCarthy already gone through this point on the course as they're going up and over the aquarium climb. McCarthy goes through 21 minutes 13. Francesca Tomasi is going to come under in second place today in that Category 1 race. Nice move to pick up the 4 points from Tomasi. The rest of the bunch all together behind. One or two riders just distance. You can see there actually on the back of the screen, but there's not a huge amount of distance separating those Category 1 riders, though I have clocked one or two just still on the climb behind.
Let's run you through the riders who took the aquarium climb checkpoint prizes in each of our race categories. In Category 6, Amy Sudabayo taking that, as we saw earlier on. Category 5, Natalia Andalou. In Category 4, Angelina Roa. Category 3, Catherine Nielsen. Category 2, Carolina Leinonen and Kate McCarthy going over the top. The time gap as she went over the top, McCarthy from Tomasi, from Gallegos, Holcroft and Bruni. The gap to Tomasi, some 30 seconds to Gallegos, make that 45 seconds. I think that's game over in Category 1. It's a battle for second. Meanwhile, brilliant racing and riding in here. Two of our key protagonists on our screen, Palmer Mongelli and German Paredo, both celebrating different things, I suspect, at this time of year. And at the moment,
I'm not sure whether either of them are celebrating the fact that they're on the Jebel Hafit.
That was kind of where I was leading into.
0.2 kilometres, and they've got around 8 kilometres of climbing ahead. Palmer Mongelli, you've just seen there taking on board fuel, part and parcel of this leading group here. So Ervek Prado, Libano Wilhelm, Mongelli, Andelum, Tejeros not far behind. So 2 seconds separating around the top 6 riders in the group, and then around 11, 12 seconds back to the next group on the road.
It's certainly breaking up, and they're starting to catch the Category 6 riders as well. The Category 6 leaders, though, at the moment are the 27.6k, 1.2k up the road from the leaders in Category 5. Category 6 leaders on the road on the right-hand side. So Falana, along with Smithson, Lloyd, Yaska, Line and Sudabayo, Almeida in this group. 6 riders clear. The 7th rider, Narvaez, at the moment of 48 seconds, and that is a substantial gap. gap once you're onto this climb in terms of time, although may well still have the leaders in sight. Cinnabio at the moment in this group together, and because this is a big, long climb, I think there's a degree of pacing going on this race route today. Category 4 on the lower slopes here, 25.9k cover for Gina Van Rossum. She's right up in the mix here today. Vina leading the race up here. Van Rossum in that green jersey, so she's already won the sprint competition overall, so she makes it to the finishing line. So a great result for Gina Van Rossum. Whatever happens now, but I'm sure her eyes are on the prize of that race finish at the top. A quick reminder, the race distance today, 35 kilometres in distance total. At the moment, the riders still have a long way to go, and it's pretty much all uphill.
That is a really competitive category 4 group. Really, really interesting at the 26.3 kilometre marker. At the 24.8 kilometre marker, the category 3 pack are rolling and rolling strongly. Big, big group just coming into the base of the climb. Now, one of the riders in the category 4 pack, we saw Rebecca Johnson there as well. We'll have a little chat about that in a minute. But Julia Montgomery, look how... Julia Montgomery looks calm and considered. She's approaching the Jebel Hafeet. I think she could go well today. This is a type of course that really does suit her. But this is a great, great group. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 riders in this category 3 group rolling into the base of the Jebel Hafeet today. Montgomery on the front, really looking at this. Carrie Stewart, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club. But welcome, Carrie. Really good to have you on board. Rider from the USA. Heather Shanks, also in the mix, rider from Scotland. Great to have her in this group as well. And oh, come on, Scottish climbs, Jebel Hafeet, long winding roads. It's got to be up Heather's field, isn't it? You know, she's got to be looking forward to this.
I'm not.
Looking forward to this could be a really bad turn of phrase.
I was just about to say, I'm not sure, but you do if you feeling good, even if it's not your terrain. If you're feeling good, and that can result in a great ride. And you just got to take that forward. It's one of those things. Great riders excel no matter where they are.
Well, now, Rebecca Johnson, I was talking about in category 4.
Yes.
Rebecca Johnson is one of the riders who she loves to climb, but we often see her from different locations. So she takes her Turbo on holiday with her, has a camper van. We've seen her in Norway, we've seen her at the fjords, we've seen her all over the place. Today, she's visiting Olivier Bigley-Simmons. She's in Belgium.
She's in Belgium. Fantastic. So able to ride in Belgium. We have riders all around the globe. We've got viewers all around the globe as well. Thank you, everybody who is watching. Don't forget, hit that subscribe button on YouTube or on Twitch TV, wherever you're watching. If you want to get in touch with us during the show, you do need to be doing that on the YouTube live chat. And hello from Japan. Hello from France here in the studio to Exped Worst 13. It's always bad news when people don't have their name in their YouTube name. So if you do get the opportunity to put your name in there, there is an advantage because we can actually name check you rather than give you code name.
Well, talking about name checking, Monica Falana is the rider at the head of the race at the moment. She's leading the category 6 race. They were the first riders out of the start pen today at the 28.4 kilometre marker. She's got company. Liz Smithson, Amy Sudabayo are on her wheel. Katja Jaskalainen, Nikki Lloyd not far behind. Neither is Jacqueline Almeida. Then there's a big gap back to Judith Narvaez. So 6 riders still in contention on the climb at the moment in category 6. There's a nice symmetry in those numbers.
There is. I was just taking a look whilst you were just running through those, Emma, at the times on the boards that we're seeing at the moment, the race time, category 6 having been out for 1 hour and 3 minutes, because I'm really interested to see whether today, because with there being wind effects, I would expect this to be a much slower race overall.
Oh,
much slower.
I don't think so.
But, and there is a but, overall, in general, if I would expect that over the course of a year with winds coming in different directions, yes. But today, we have to remember that although we had a headwind to the aquarium climb, from the aquarium climb to the summit of the Jebel Hafeet, it's predominantly tailwind. So for 2/3 of this course, 3/4 of this course, it is actually it's predominantly tailwind rather than predominantly headwind. So that would speed the course up It would promote breakaways. It will mean that it reduces the effect of gradient. It's more about power than it is about power to weight. So it should mean it will go quicker. But overall, it's harder. So it's going to be really interesting to see where that time gap falls. And I guess we'll only know when we look at have most of the categories gone faster or have they gone slower overall.
Well, and I think there are some different points of view to that, because
I'm sure there's more points of view than there are points on the compass.
There probably are. Nice segue. But the Kate McCarthy really utilising the course today and the new feature of the wind here on the Sunday Race Club and putting an attack in when the tailwind is in play. And, just making the most of it. Now, one of the things I find quite interesting, because if you are out in windy conditions, outdoors, on your bike, one of the things
you said you were going to talk about wind very much.
I know,
today,
I'm going to stop talking about the wind,
miserably.
I really am. Only because I did go for a very windy, gusty ride earlier on in the week.
Did you?
I did, and had to pick my route, and lots of hedges, lots of walls, deliberately.
None of which are going to help our riders today.
No, that's going to help riders. But because one of the things, I don't mind a headwind at all, because it just means you work hard. But what I dislike really is a gusty side wind. If you're a light rider, riding outdoors, a gusty side wind is horrible.
Not something I ever really consider in the same way, I'm sure.
I have turned around and gone home and not gone very far out on my road bike before, because the gusty side wind has been so strong. It is just no way. Thank you very much.
You're not going to have that problem here on MyWhoosh, where wind effects. If you're out riding, you can turn them on and off. There's a little button you can hit and you can turn them off. So if you have had enough of riding in the breeze, you can turn it off. Unfortunately for our riders,
in a race,
you can't do that in the race environment. That's not possible, because you just turn it on for the tailwind and turn it off for the headwind sections. That's a bit like riding out. You were saying you go out. If I go outdoors, I must admit I always ride out with a headwind into the headwind, and then ride back with the tailwind when I'm more tired.
Route picking.
It is, or like I go in the valleys in the woodland in the headwind, and then come back on the top of the ridges with a tailwind. Well, that's much harder to work out necessarily. Planning is everything, and planning, I think, is key for our riders today. Seba Arai at the moment just on the ascent here, and we mentioned it earlier on, just losing contact with the very front of that Category 4 race, but tapping along nicely. A lot of riding being done by our riders, has to be said. On the bike, and rest is important. I'm going to say this: rest is really important. We did talk about riders resting, and a conversation I had with the cyclocross rider about rest. She took a week off the bike, came off the bike, and
mid-season racing.
Mid-season racing. She knows how much load her body can take. She took a week off the bike. She said, you don't know until you've done it whether you needed it. She took that week off. She's come back. She's got the first British top 10 performance in a World Cup in the cyclocross this year. Absolutely.
For a woman.
And bearing in mind that she had been hovering around the 5th position, took the week off, her body recovered. It was able to train really well in the run into that week then. So she had a week off, she did a week's training, and she could train on a recovered body, and she went hard, and she took that best performance so far of the season.
Another GB rider, Catherine Tompkinson. You can see the flag flying in the background, putting in a sterling performance here in Category 4 on the climb. The Category 3 leading group just coming past. But the concentration on Kath's face in those GB shorts. She knows what she's doing. She's tapping her rhythm. She's sitting very, very comfortably on the climb at that 3.1. She's holding a consistent pace really, really strongly, just making use of any draft that is available, because why wouldn't you? And coming onto the wheel of Seba Arai, Kath is climbing really well, because last time when we were in with Seba, she was around 7 seconds back. So some sterling climbing from Kath Tompkinson at the moment. Really lovely rhythm.
Very, very smooth there. Nice setup, just pancake there, keyboard to hand, looking very, very strong at the moment as she makes her way up. Just taking a dive into our Category 3 race with Maddie Steyer at the moment. Katrin Nielsen still in this group at the moment, just tapping the way up here. Category 3 closing in on not just Category 4 riders, but Category 5 and Category 6 riders as well. You can just see Sylvia Schuring just being overtaken by this leading group, who are powering the way up this big climb at the moment. This group still all together. And I mean, you said we had sprints last week I think there is a huge potential today for this to end in a sprint finish between a few riders in the majority categories. Not all, as we can see, Monica Falana at the moment at this stage still climbing clear of Nikki Lloyd, Amy Sudabay and Liz Smithson, just really pushing down a real strong pace here, 74 revs per minute. That heart rate's up at 191 at the moment, so clearly working really hard here. But at the moment, you can just see getting out of the saddle there, holding those watts per kilo, which is really difficult to do, just starting to drop a little bit at the moment. We'll see if she's got her pacing right. She's a lot further up the climb than category 2. They're on the way into the base.
They are indeed, and they literally are on the final flatlands before the Yebel her feet. And look at the size of that category 2 pack. I can tell you it has got smaller. It started out as 44 riders, and through the aquarium climb it went down to 36. Then we have seen it whittle its way even smaller. It's down to 25 riders at the moment. Kalman, Kasani, Lucas, Tridin. Now, Charlotte Lucas holds a course record on this course, but she holds the course record for category 3, not category 2. She has obviously progressed to category 2 since that point in time. But even if you've raced a lower category and you've won on a course, it's still a good course. You still get good course vibes. So she is in the mix. Maria Marb, Jenny Eck. Jenny Eck could go well today. Serena Vittori will be looking for this course because she is a great, great climber. Lizzie Brooke, Rachel Brown, Nellie Larson. Murray is in here as well. So is Man Shandy, and Engstrom and Roach. We did say when we talked about the start list on category 2, you could literally read or pick or put every single name in a hat and pull one out because they are so strong, this group.
This is a really strong group. Now, interestingly, I was just taking a little look. As it came through the Silent June sprint, 25 riders were together in this group.
Yeah.
As it came through Silent June sprint. That was a little bit before. There was nothing really to test our riders from that Silent June sprint to the start of the climb. So I think we're going to see that being broken down by this climb as we go on to the first part of it on the right-hand side of the screen. Left-hand side of our screen, 24.2K covered for Kate McCarthy. Kate McCarthy, our world champion, our leader on the road, absolutely flying at the moment. And I think it's going to be extending her wins record at the top of the standings here in terms of the women's competition, not far off the overall.
No, she was first world champion to 50 wins out of her and Jason Osborne, and Michael Vink holds the record at 52. So it could be possible that by the end of the year, Kate McCarthy has the most Sunday Race Club wins ever.
Oh, that's got to be a motive. You know, when you say, "Oh, you've won loads and you've taken your world titles," what motivates you? Well, that's the number to motivate you. I mean, look at Cavendish and how much work he did to take that.
Yeah.
You know, taking away the record, and that was a similar number. I think that was 53 stage wins in the Tour.
Well, if she gets to 53, 53 could be the magic number, and it would put her ahead of Michael Vink, who currently holds the record. So Kate McCarthy just stamping her authority all over cycling esports.
She's absolutely amazing at the moment and certainly has that lead. And the margin she has at the moment on the road, currently, are you ready for this? 2 minutes, 25 seconds.
It's just amazing.
When it's when things are harder, it exacerbates the gaps between the good and everyone else, or the great and everyone else.
My view is something changes, you get your heads together, you think about tactics, you think about strategy, and then you execute. And for me, Kate McCarthy has just executed to perfection today.
Super smart.
There we go. Kate McCarthy on the left-hand side of your screen. The pack, and what a pack it is at the 24-kilometre marker. They're a kilometre out. Look at the size of that group.
So a couple of great comments actually on the chat. Good ride there in category 2. It's from Crystal Conant. Good ride there in category 2. They're not going to stay 25 for a long time. Ooh, interesting. I think there'll be about 10 riders together at the top, but we'll see. In category 2.
I did that once, Craig.
Craig Kennett I wonder what the record-winning margin is for women on Sunday race. What is the
So
biggest gap?
last year I actually worked that out, but unfortunately I don't have last year's notebook with me in the studio. I've got
Why
this
not?
year's
What's
notebook.
wrong with you?
Well, it's
I thought you were
2025. I only bring 2025's notebook into the studio with me. I do have 2024's notebook, and that answer to the 2024 question is in that notebook. But Craig, I can work it out for you this for 2025 for next week.
If anybody wants to do the homework instead of Emma, feel free. But it sounds like Emma's just volunteered herself.
Oh, I'd willingly do it.
Mugged up for that one.
What's one of my end of year stats?
What's very, very interesting, I have to say though, is it does change dependent on dynamics, group volume, how it's riding in terms of dynamics on the game. So it's a bit like comparing apples and oranges.
But it's really interesting.
But it's still
just for fun.
It's still very interesting, that's for sure. Now this group all together. Just seeing Francesca Tomasi just get some ice down the back of the neck there, just to cool down. She's tapping away that rhythm. Second on the left, hydration for Coyston and for Mayer. Interesting difference there. I'm liking the can from Mayer rather than just the sports bottle. And again, that's the thing. I mean, we see our riders drinking out of cycling bottles, but you don't actually necessarily need to do that. I have had a cup of coffee beside me whilst I've been riding on MyWhoosh before now.
I couldn't do
Little
that.
espresso cup.
But I could definitely do the can, and I was indeed, or am indeed, old enough to have taken a can of flat, bubbly product from a red can in the final lap of a mountain bike race, because that's what we just used to do. Sugar, carbohydrate, get it in the system, and that was old school. Well, Liz Van Hooling on your screen at the moment. She's part and parcel of the Category 1 pack. They're rolling at the 25.3 kilometre marker. She's in the draft at the moment. You can see that. 3 chevrons next that draft. She's got a maximum draft at the moment as they're coming into the base of the Jebel Hafit. They've got, well, at the 25 kilometre marker, they've got 10 kilometres to go till the finish. 9 kilometres of that is the categorised climb of the Jebel Hafit. There's 500 metres from that polka dot banner to the finish line. It is still uphill. It is not a flat finish today. I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the course.
I think that's a good idea with 14, 15 riders in contention in Category 1 for second, third, fourth, and so on. They're just hitting the red section on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that first step up of the climb where the riders were hitting is the first steep section, then it flattens out. And as you can see, there are 3 distinct steps on there before you get into the summit. And today, as you go over the top of the Jebel Hafit into the finish of this race route, on both the men's and women's race routes, you have to get this finish right. It's really tricky, actually, to get the momentum dialed at the right time in both the men's and women's. Arguably more so in the men's just because of where it finishes. But it has to be said, today, this climb is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. You've got a big group in Category 1, big group in Category 2 as they hit those slopes. Emma, where would you go on this climb if you were a climber?
Well, I do Kate McCarthy go on the aquarium one. No.
Well, yeah, no, fair comment.
But well, you know,
if you hadn't have gone before this climb,
if you hadn't have gone in the tailwind section, I think for me it would be a case of sitting in the pack maybe for the first third and then just moving
after the first third of the climb.
I say that, but actually, well, it's interesting, isn't it? It depends on the type of climber you are. I'm the type of climber who likes to set and sit in a steady rhythm. I'm not a punchy climber. I'm not an up, down, up, down, up, down, and that's where I really, really struggle with a group of riders and a group of racers who have the ability, whilst fatigued, to lift that pace. It's not something that I train, and it's something that I should. I am a diesel engine par excellence. Day 4, I'm still doing the same pace I was doing on day 1. That is how I have always been. Christine Schneider, she's up and out of the saddle. She's punching.
She certainly has. Just seen her go around Sudia Casani and Camilla Pamplona at the moment. Pamplona racing in that Category 3 jersey in the blue as these riders make their way up here. But behind, I can see the fast approaching shape of Kate McCarthy. So Christine Schneider in Category 2 is about to see the world champion come past in that polka dot skin suit, and you can see the power that's being put down here by McCarthy. McCarthy's climbing at over 6 watts per kilo. Schneider on a phenomenal ride here in category 2, just under the 5 watts per kilo mark as she comes up here. And you can see here Schneider responding as McCarthy comes past. Real inspiration. You're racing with the world champion on the same course here. Schneider out of the saddle, really stamping down on those pedals, looking to wind away up this climb as we go back in with McCarthy. And McCarthy's next target is in here. And as you go up this climb, I'm just really interested to see she's just picking up a little bit of draft there, going on the right-hand side, which gives you the most draft effect on the way into a headwind. Interestingly, though, when you've got a tailwind behind you, it actually robs you of a little bit of the breeze that's assisting you going on the right. You want to go on the left-hand side if it's a tailwind. You want to go the same side as the wind on a tailwind.
I'll tell you something, there's going to be a lot of riders out on MyWhoosh over the next few weeks practicing their steering into the wind and around the wind. But McCarthy at the moment is absolutely dialing it here on the climb at the 28.1 kilometre marker. Camilla Ahlberg on the right-hand side of your screen is starting to go away from the pack with Gabby Guerra. Those two riders at the 27 kilometre marker, they're 1.2k behind the leader in the group, but they really are now starting to work for second and third. We've now started to see Merle Bruni start to move across from the group as well as Francesca Tomasi and Nicole Mayer really starting to move as well.
So these riders just making the way up these first sections of the Jebel feet, these twisting sections that change slightly, a little bit of a tailwind here, so not going to give much advantage to that bunch here. Tailwind at 12 kilometers an hour, the speed 29 kilometers an hour at the moment, so we're like riding into a headwind of about 16k an hour at the moment. So it's going to help break this group up, I suspect, as we come up. It's a long train of riders, a long train of this shown on the right-hand side at the top. The gradient 7 now going to 8% here, and with that tailwind just making it a little bit easier in sections, but it is going to make these riders really work for this. Our climbers coming to the fore, Kolchinsky, Tomasi, Mayer on a great ride here. Bruni, we know, can climb fantastically as well. You don't get to be World Duathlon champion multiple times over if you can't climb, because those courses are not flat, not by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, the group of 3 now starting to form at the front of the group. So a new smaller group forming, Guerra, Ahlberg and Bruni. You can see 3 riders chasing those 3 riders, Kolchinsky, Tomasi and Mayer. There's still a lot of climbing to do, but the gap's starting to tick up towards the 10-second marker.
And remember all those riders chasing McCarthy, who's leading in category 1. Meanwhile, going to go to the very front of the race. One rider still up in front, that's Falana, but Lisa Weinhardt is on an absolute blistering ride here today. Lisa Weinhardt at the moment clear from Wojcikova by over 30 seconds now as they make their way up here at the 31.5 kilometre marker. She's only about 100 metres off. In fact, you can just see going around that right-hand turn for Lana, the rider in category 6 out of 2 waves of riders in front. So at the moment, looks like Weinhardt climbing away potentially to be our first rider across the line.
Yeah, it is a good competition in category 4, and we can see Weinhardt and Wojcikova and Johnson have gone past Palmer Mongeli. Mongeli leading the category 5 race. You know, she's powered by those Christmas lights. That is what it is. It's all go with the power in Mongeli's studio. Whether this is that or it's just, you know, we've seen her fueling in her pain cave. We've seen the fact that her environment is conducive to a good ride and a good race, and also a good feeling. You'd never discount feeling good, whether you're feeling good on the bike or whether you're feeling good because of the environment that you're in.
And I think also a rider who rides smart is going to benefit today. And I think smart riding being benefited. Anybody who's watched the show for a while will know that I'm always a big fan of brave riding, but smart riding as well. Thinking the head part of the racing is as important, if not more important, than the rest of it.
Well, the current leader in the Category 3 race, she's a rider who I met this year in person. It was absolutely fantastic to get to meet her and to get to chat. Katrin Nielsen, the Swedish rider, she when I met her, we were at the Paracycling Road World Champs. So she's a tandem rider, tandem pilot, that's the word I was looking for, on one of those tandems. And she's also a helicopter pilot as well. So she knows how to use her head. And she's using it right now on the bike on the Sunday Race Club.
The ability to take in multiple data inputs simultaneously is an absolute key skill, not just in terms of what you see on the screen, but the feel that you get from that turbo trainer with that resistance kicking in, the controllable riding on your home trainer being absolutely critical. As you see our leader, Lisa Weinhurt, on the right-hand side, now ahead of Monica Falana. They are the leaders in Category 4 and Category 6, respectively. Category 3 leader at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, and Katrin Nielsen, who was just saying a rider who we know has got the skills and clearly on form as well. You need to have everything come together to take the win in the Sunday Race Club in all of our race categories. Top right-hand side of your screen, leading group in Category 2. It's not 25 riders anymore. And that's come down to about 13, 14 riders. Brown with Kalman and Co. all in the mix. The riders that are leading, though, their categories, no one going as fast as Kate McCarthy. McCarthy at the moment still well over 300 watts. She's been sitting at that since she started that Aquarian climb, and she's still continuing to kick out those watts as she climbs towards the summit. Category 2, very different race here. Yeah. This is going to be very, very interesting as we come into the finale. Quick reminder, 35 kilometres is our race finish. 500 metres before that, 34.5k, is the finish of this climb. Joanna Kalman in the mix. Kalman goes well on this course, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does indeed. The 25 riders who came into the base of the climb together in Category 2, now down to 12, and Joanna Kalman part and parcel of that group. Serena Vittori starting to push on. But I tell you something, can I just say, Kate McCarthy in that polka dot skin suit has just gone right through the leading pack in Category 2. She is on fire today, and she is tapping a rhythm that is just insurmountable. The Category 2 group, though, Haag, Brown, Larson, Kalman, all chasing now the world champion.
They are. I think I have a little bit of a target for Kate McCarthy. Kate McCarthy, we know, is still absolutely indomitable. Can she catch everybody before the summit, before the finish on all of our races?
No.
Now, Emma, I'm going to enlighten you, because somebody has saved you a whole load of work. Somebody who saves us a whole heap of work each and every week, Jakub Wojciech. So Mel Scriven on our screen is going to come back to that. Mel Scriven on our screen. Good to see you, Mel. You've just got the Category 2 group coming up behind you. Just watch out behind over your shoulder. As they say in Panto, because it is Panto season in the UK,
they're behind you.
So they're not anymore. They've just gone flying past. So here they go, just on the way past. Mel, I would suggest sprinting onto them, but maybe not.
She's just been on the wheel of the world champion. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. After that, it's all downhill from there. Well, she wishes it was downhill. As we're in with McCarthy, we now have the answer. In Category 1, in 2025, the biggest race winning margin was on the 18th of May.
Has he done it?
On the endurance climb. No cheating. I'm not going to let you look at the screen.
I can't believe he's done it, and I've now got no work to do.
I can think of plenty, don't worry. Jakub Wojciech yet again has come up with the goods from MyWhoosh info. Emma, if you had to guess, what was the biggest winning margin so far in 2025 on the endurance climb on the 18th of May? What would it be?
Oh, it was massive.
Guess. You should see Emma's face. If only they were putting this on screen for you. I know they can, but they won't. They're too kind in the production.
I don't know.
Come
on. 2 minutes 48.
Absolutely wrong.
I know. I was just like, you put me in a moment of panic.
1 minute 56. So nearly 2 minutes.
Oh, come on. 2 minutes 48, 1 minute 50. That's not too bad.
50% out, that's all.
The question is, hold on a minute. That's Cat 1. I didn't realise it was Cat 1 because I was thinking.
I did say Cat 1. You weren't listening carefully, were you?
Because I tell you
You're
something.
You're panicking.
Can I just say, I bet there are much bigger margins in the other categories.
Yes, but we're talking about Category 1, which I think it's only fair to compare apples with apples. Now, in Category 1, Gabby Guerra starting to kick clear of the rest of the riders here. At the moment, that gap is to Camilla Alberg, who's the nearest rider to her, currently 16 seconds down on Guerra. Guerra now looking to secure herself that second place at the 30-kilometre marker with 5K left to go. So with the 7th of the race distance to go, Guerra now moving into second place and securing that a little bit more. She just goes alongside Angelina Roa, who's got that polka dot skin suit at the moment in category 4. However, it's a very different climb here in the category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 races. All of our riders have the same course to cover. And you don't. It's not like the Gravel World Championships where you get a lesser distance as some concessions are made as you get older. Here, doesn't matter how old you are, what category you are. Same race route, same climb, same meters of ascent. Lisa Weinhardt, at the moment, the rider who's ascended the most, who's travelled the most distance, she's at 33.2k. McCarthy is scything through this race field. She's currently up to 63rd, and that will soon change, I'm sure, in another few seconds as she keeps on going. The big question for me is, given that Weinhardt is going at 3 watts per kilo, and McCarthy is travelling at 6, can she make the catch before the 35-kilometre marker? Emma's shaking her head here. Are you going for no? I'll go for yes, just to be awkward. There we go. We'll see who's going to be correct. Come on, Kate. Emma's just gone quiet now.
I'm just watching Poetry in Motion.
In the avatars.
Yes. I mean,
you need to get out more.
Well, no, each to their own. I'm just like sitting here thinking, Kate McCarthy is just a rider on world-class form at the moment. Palmer Mongeli, for me, is one of those riders who I just really, if I was a viewer of the Sunday Race Up, which I am in the commentary box every week, Palmer Mongeli would be one of those riders I would get behind because, she's exciting, she races strongly, she's got some key skills, she's great in terms of visuals in her pain cave, whatever time of year it is, and you just want to get behind her and will her to the top. I know I shouldn't say that I'm willing a rider to the top, but I am.
We will all our riders to the top. It's just that when riders go on the attack, and they're riders who give us an insight into the pain cave as well, and they have Christmas lights up, or when they're celebrating, they celebrate. When they're down, they're down. We get to see that emotion. That's what we actually love.
I know, it's fabulous. And I'll tell you something, the riders on the Jebel feet at the moment are climbing strongly. Weinhardt, Vochkova and Johnson, the 3 category 4 riders, are at the head of the race. Katrin Nilsson in the polka dot skin suit is leading the category 3 race. She too, for me, is climbing brilliantly today. Monica Falana climbing strongly in the category 6 race. Nielsen's competition is 16 seconds back in that category 3 race. Weinhardt has got 1 kilometre to go. She's at the head of the race at the moment. Well, what a race today on the Jebel Hafit. The climbing, wow, it is so strong.
Now, Emma, Jakob has just sent you a little bit more detail come through for you because category 2, 1 minute 33, category 3, 1 minute and 8. Interestingly, the category 3 one was set on the Jebel Yace, as was category 4, 1 minute 13. And category 5 was on Mount Fuji, 2:02. Category 6...
11 minutes 28.
Okay, wow.
Yes.
That's a huge margin. I think I'm going to take that one with a pinch of salt.
Well, Jakob and I might be having a conversation in the week.
Another one. We've got to say a massive thank you from
Absolutely
here in the studio to Jakob and all the work that he does at MyWhoosh.
Head over to MyWhoosh Info for all the background information and everything you might need in relation to MyWhoosh. It is absolutely superb.
Yes, not just for commentators, but for everybody. And if you want to race and you want to get the most, you want to get your tactics right, then, well, do what Lisa Weinhardt has clearly done. Make sure you know exactly where you're going. Lisa Weinhardt going from the red jersey to the polka dot skin suit of the winner of the climbs competition in category 4. She's nearly a minute clear of Vochkova in the race in category 4 overall. So she's on target to complete the next 500 meters clear at the front, and it looks like the rider who rides for the Femme Cycle Club looking like she's going to set that margin down for all the rest to beat as she comes around the right-hand turn onto the climb here. So Lisa Weinhardt with the gap to Wojcikova, with a gap to Johnson and to Pettinen, with that polka dot jersey. What a ride. I mean, she really has put this down.
She has indeed. Lisa Weinhardt has done an absolutely phenomenal job here in category 4, climbing away from the rest of the group. She's got 200 metres to go of the climb here on the Jebel Hafit today. It's December. It's qualifier 2 of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. The UCI banner is up ahead for Lisa Weinhardt. Wojcikova is over a minute back. So is Johnson. Lisa Weinhardt, resplendent in the polka dot skin suit, goes underneath the UCI banner in December on the Jebel Hafit to take the win today in the category 4 race. What a climb from Weinhardt. She does the business today. So Lisa Weinhardt comes underneath the line 1 hour 19 minutes for that climb today from Weinhardt, and Wojcikova coming underneath the polka dot banner. So 1:19:13 for Lisa Weinhardt today in category 4. Fabulous to see that riding and racing from her and the move away from the group.
Yeah, brilliant ride by Weinhardt, taking her first win in her 11th participation. In fact, it's her first podium as well. So congratulations, Lisa.
Strong
here.
climbing legs.
Yeah, brilliantly done on the climb of the Jebel Hafit here in Arabia.
Well, the next rider who's going to go underneath the banner for second place today in the category 4 race is Veronika Wojcikova. A great ride from her. She did the business. She didn't panic when Weinhardt went away. She tapped her own rhythm up the Jebel Hafit and is rewarded today with second place in category 4. Well, on the left-hand side of your screen, Katrin Nielsen has done a sterling job in the Category 3 race. She pilots a tandem, she pilots a helicopter, and she has climbed high today. High altitude for Katrin Nielsen on the Jebel Hafit, and clear away from Mali Steyer in Category 3. She's going to go underneath the banner for the win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in Arabia on the Jebel Hafit today. So Nielsen taking the win in category 3. Again, great job there. 1 hour, 15 minutes, 41 seconds today from Nielsen. Mali Steyer, the second place rider in the category 3 race, side by side with Rebecca Johnson. The category 4 third place rider, Johnson, just getting a nose in front of Steyer's wheel to ensure she goes over the line in front. Love the competition amongst our riders and how they give it their all. Well, another rider who's given it their all today is Palma Morgelli. You can see into the pain cave. She's up and out the saddle. The cadence is low, 50 revs per minute at the moment from Palma Morgelli. The power is strong. The gradient is high. It's 14. 16% as we come towards the finish line, and Morgelli absolutely doing the business today in category 5. She's left the rest of the pack behind her. Absolutely brilliant climbing from her. Congratulations, Palma Morgelli, on the win in category 5 today. She celebrates with her hands in the air. Phenomenal job.
Brilliant job. Merry Christmas, Palmer. That is the full mix. She's had her third place, a second place. That is her first win on the Sunday Race Club. 34th participation, takes away the win. So far, a first win for Weinhardt, a second win for Nielsen, a first win for Morgelli. We're seeing some fresh faces right up there, taking their first and second wins overall. Brilliant to see who's going to come out on top in categories 2 and 1, and of course category 6, which is still all about getting to the finish because Falana leading out that category 6 race at the moment.
Well, Kate McCarthy doing the business here, but Monica Fallner is going to come through in that category 6 race. That was an absolutely brilliant job from Fallner. She moved away early on the climb and has done it solo the whole way. Amy Sudabayo 3 minutes back. Monica Fallner doing a great race today.
Monica Fallner Second Sunday Race Club,
Yeah.
first win. She took 7th place last week on the Wollongong race route last week, taking away the win on the climb of the half feet here today. Meanwhile, we can see the leader of Category 1, Kate McCarthy, the world champion, goes underneath. 2 climb wins, 2 segment checkpoints done. She'll have taken the sprint segment checkpoint in the Silent June sprint as well on the way through. And at the moment, it looks like she's going to make her way up to the summit. The question is, can she take away the record time for a win? Remember, to date so far, 1:56, the biggest time gap of anybody. This is going to be about that run now to the line. Can she set a new record for the biggest margin in Category 1 wins so far this year? Well, the clock is ticking. The line's approaching.
Well, Kate McCarthy's a record breaker in anybody's eyes in this Category 1 race. She's the world champion for 2025 after winning the World Championships in 2024. She rode away at the 10-kilometre marker. It's at the UCI banner. It's Qualifier 2 in December on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And Kate McCarthy just shows how dominant she is with her 51st Sunday Race Club win.
And you can see how hard she worked for that. Look at that, crouched over the bars. The tail's going to go on, and that's really, really key, because what you don't want is to cool down too fast once you go over. But you just don't have the effort to go. If you've gone that deep, I mean, it shows you the effort required.
I can tell you that is a new course record. So the previous course record, 65 minutes 21 seconds. She has just gone 64 minutes 14. That is just amazing.
And we still got to see what that winning race margin is on everybody else, because that is huge. McCarthy taking her 51st win. She's had 7 second places, 1 third place. But when you add that up across the 68 races she's done, she's won 51 of them.
Oh, I do wonder where Kate McCarthy's story will finish, because she has just got so much further to go.
So much further. So much power, so much speed, so much skill, and so much dedication. Doesn't leave a stone unturned.
Well, 25 riders came into the base of the Yellow Feet in Category 2 together. 12 riders we saw in the last group, but that was still together underneath the polka dot banner. With 500 metres to go, Nelly Larson is the rider who is now in polka dots. She has broken away from the rest of the group in Category 2. They are chasing Elsa Haag, Cornelia Engstrom, Joanna Kalman are around 10 seconds back. Rachel Brown is there too, but it's Nelly Larson doing the business in the Category 2 race at the moment as she continues to push. It's going to get really, really steep now between where she is at the moment and the finish line. The pack behind at 13 seconds at the moment. I think they're going to be looking for second, third, fourth and fifth, but Larson at the moment is the rider in pole position in Category 2. She spies the UCI banner. It's a slow final 150 metres because of the gradient here on the Ebelhafeet at the top, but Nelly Larson is not worried about that. She has climbed to perfection. She's climbed away from the rest of the Category 2 pack, and she's going to take the win today on the Ebelhafeet in style. The pack are coming seriously fast behind, but they are not going to catch her. Lucas is coming in hot, I'll tell you that. Charlotte Lucas came in hot. She's going to take second place. Kalman and Engstrom battling for third. What a race behind in that Category 2 field. They came fast, but not fast enough. Well, Gabby Guerra climbed with Camilla Ahlberg away from the pack of Category 1 riders. She's left Camilla Ahlberg behind. She goes under the banner for second place today in the Category 1 race. I can see the time gap. Kate McCarthy, what a move. But Guerra, what a ride for second.
A phenomenal ride for second place. Gabby Guerra, the only other rider from Category 1 to currently have come in across line. So McCarthy leading them home. Guerra coming in second place, 2 minutes 55 seconds down. That means that is 59 seconds quicker than the previous fastest, biggest time gap between first and second place. So it just shows you the power that McCarthy put down on that climb. Don't forget, as the rest of the Category 1 riders make their way in, the results are live if you want to see the riders as they come in and through that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions, because they're still out on course. That's live on MyWhoosh.com. You just go to results and hit the event. Albo just coming through to take away 3rd place. Myself and Matt Payne and Emma Martin, we will be back with the men's race very shortly, but as the team get ready to switch across to that men's race before their start, which is not very far away at all, we are going to dive from your screens briefly. Don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes on those results. Congratulations to everybody who's come in and across the line so far.
I can't believe we've got to do that again.
And more, because it's we're going to see how that pans out. So congratulations to Vinat, to Nielsen, to Mongeli, to Falana, to McCarthy and Larson, the winners in their race categories. Congratulations to the top 5 in Category 1, to Kolczynski in 5th, Bruni in 4th, Alberg in 3rd, Guerra in 2nd, and McCarthy taking away the win. But from Emma, Martin, myself, Matt Payne, and all the team on MyWhoosh, don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 2 in December. The women's race, well, we saw some exciting finishes from our race winners. Lots of riders still out on the slopes of the Yebel Hafit. Congratulations to our top 10 women in the category 1. We didn't actually manage to get this to you. Van Hove taking 10th place, Gallegos taking 9th, Mayer taking 8th, Tomasi taking 6th, Holcross taking, Tomasi taking 7th, Holcroft taking 6th, Kolczynski taking 5th, 4th is Bruni, 3rd Alberg, 2nd Guerin the winner, McCarthy. They were on a 35-kilometre race route up the Yebel Hafit. The men are on a 55.6-kilometre route, which has more at the start and a longer climb at the end, with the aquarium climb in the middle.
Well, sort of. You come out of the start, and the first 3 sprint checkpoints are the first 3 things you see. So the 7.4 kilometre marker, the 13.7 and the 19.5. Before we get to 20 kilometres, the sprint competition today will be over for the men. That then leaves the climbing competition. So this is going to be interesting. First half sprints, second half climbs. 2 different skill sets. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out today. The aquarium climb, the top of it, the checkpoint comes at the 30.2 kilometre marker, starts at the 27k point. They then come down and roll through before they head into the Yebel Hafit. The climb starts at the 44.2 kilometre marker. 10.7 kilometres for men is the checkpoint, the polka dot banner. That is where it will be. 700 metres then to the finish. Technical descent here because they descend, they then climb towards the finish. And it does give a very technical finish, which is not often, if there's a group, how you expect it to play out.
No, and by technical we mean it's all about that momentum. This time around, though, that momentum will be multiplied up by the wind effect. If you were on Planet Mars, didn't get to hear that we have the wind with us today. It is going to be a tailwind finish into the finish on that downhill, then uphill rise. So getting the timing right is going to be key across all categories. Our teams will be able to play that team card here today. Some big teams in and racing. Interestingly, we have the top 3 teams back once again. Cycling District 6 taking that 3rd place last week. Fortunato, Calaro and Silver racing for Cycling District 6 this week. 2nd place team last week in qualifier number 1 was Stoppies Racing, Janowski, Kronos and Skierski. Racing for Stoppies this week. And the top team last week, BMC6. They have full 5 riders, so they can really use that team to effect. Abbott, Gacek, Atruba, Llewellyn and Mirek representing the BMC6 in Category 6, the first group of riders to leave our race start here today in the men's qualifier race number 2. A quick reminder. Qualifiers, individual competition in terms of prizes, big advantage of having a team to help you in the wind now here on MyWhoosh. And of course, we have our team competition come the finals on the very last race in the month, which this month, of course, is the very last race in 2025.
Yes, well, there's pretty much a headwind out of the start pens here in the men's race today, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. This one, no big push on the front, everybody coming back in together, because for the first, I reckon around 2 kilometres we have a headwind, and then it all changes. But today, Category 6, big race field, 68 riders on the start sheet. It's not the biggest by any measure at all. 402 men on the start sheets today. Big race field. 608 riders in total across the men's and the women's. Now, last week, Felix Reimers took the win. He is on the start sheets today. Krosnos came 2nd, Skierski 3rd. 4th place went to Vasanen and 5th to Atruba. All 5 of those riders on the start sheets in Category 6 today. There's some riders in here who I expect will really love the long climb today. And there's some riders in here for whom we'll be targeting the sprint competition only.
And that sprint competition is going to be very interesting in the way that that plays out, particularly because sprint number 3 comes after the dip and rise back up again. Sprint number 3 is at 19.5k, and at about that 17k marker, we actually do have that drop down into the depression and the climb up. So that's going to make it a little bit harder for the sprinters. This course today predominantly splits into 2 real sections. From the start, we have this initial section, which is a headwind and then a tailwind, but this is minor compared to the run across, essentially all the way until we get to the aquarium climb. The riders are faced with the cross headwind. They turn then and have a cross tailwind predominantly all the way to the climb, and then the climb and the very finish, in fact, almost all tailwind, with the odd section of headwind in there. So the rider's skill today, staying in that pack, is going to be key. Yusuf Al Ahmadi on our screens at the moment. Good to see Yusuf in the pain cave at the moment, just tapping a nice rhythm out here, nicely tucked in the group. And you can see top center of the race screen that nicely tucked in the bunch, getting plenty of draft from the rest of the riders. 2 and 3 chevrons showing, and that shows that he's still getting plenty of protection from the other riders as they make their way around and go up on to the bridge. So smart riding by Yusuf there. So as the riders go on to the bridge, the riders go on this raised walkway, a little bit of a gradient increase, but because it's into a headwind, it's made even tougher. If you weren't here for the women's race, the increased wind shown on the top right-hand side of the map at the moment, that is shows the arrow, the direction the wind is coming from, and the wind speed as well. And that's going to be blowing in the face of Jeff Rooney.
One of the most amazing riders on the Sunday Race Club.
And indeed, I think this is Jeff Rooney's 100th Sunday Race Club today. If I remember correctly, I did see a post from Jeff out earlier in the week, which I have to agree with. Pretty much everything in there. I was really impressed by that. And this is his 100th. It is indeed his 100th Sunday Race Club. Congratulations, Jeff. It's really good to see you. As always on the Sunday Race Club, absolute legend. First man to Everest on MyWhoosh as well.
But I was going to say,
and
what
downhill.
a course for your 100th Sunday Race Club.
Yes.
It's a Sunday Race Club classic, the Yebble Her Feet.
Plus the wind effect, plus massive race field of 400 plus riders. I tell you something, each and every week we see big numbers coming in. We also get to see lots of different riders taking to the race start. It's a wonderful place to be, it has to be said. Just taking a look at Category 4, they're just sat down in the pens. They will go after our Category 5 riders leave the pens. They're going to be our next riders go. You can just see a number of our riders
riding up next to each other. Love it.
Kobani in there already. Nice to see that woman. But we don't have to get to see the riders just before this, so they all look really relaxed and chilled out. Quite like it. Nice.
Well,
maybe we should do that a bit more.
It is quite cool, isn't it? Because Andre Corbani is in the Category 6 race.
Indeed.
And then Arthur Corbani is in the Category 4 race, side by side.
Indeed. Brilliant to see the fact that we've got people racing together. And that's one of the things, whether you're in the room with somebody or you're out and around the world, it's a real community of racers and riders. And in fact, Andre Corbani out the front of the group, just sticking his nose out. It always reminds me a bit like, when the Tour de France goes through people's hometowns and it sort of lets the rider go out in front and say hello. It's a bit like that. Oh, you're on camera. Go on, get out the front of the group, and then we can get to see you in person as well. So keep on going, Andre. You've got a lot to live up to with the speed of Arthur at the moment. He's really showing you how it's done, which is great to see. I'm loving the jerseys are sort of flip-flops of each other as well in terms of colour. So they're the reverse, where it's black, it's orange, and it's orange, it's black, etc. To some degree, it's very nice. Like it. I do like a bit of colour coordination. Anyway, enough of my sartorial comments as we see Andre Corbani just being caught back. Watch Jack Sebster along with Mark Newman just pulling everybody back in. Tailwind section here, so the advantage nullified of that bunch a little bit. We're starting to see this little bit of a push as they come down here, but this does not last long. I hate to tell you guys. I know that you're in the on the way into the chicane. In we watch Jake Sebster back in gear once again, and clearly back in terms of on form. I hope you enjoyed. I'm sure I saw you down at the Formula One in Abu Dhabi, the season ender, celebrating some great drives by the Ferrari team down there. Forza Ferrari and Forza today, Wojciech, I hope you have a good race today, buddy.
Well, I'm still on the father and son or parent and child category.
Oh, okay.
No. I think there are lots of races out there, aren't there, that do indeed have a parent and child category.
Yes.
I mean, we've got lots of them. Think about Lyndon Milostic and Peter Milostic.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, brother, and lots of families as well, like the Quadrelli brothers, Cairn brothers, in this race as well, and loads more that we, if we listen to them all, it would sound like we're reading the phone book.
We're not going to. Can I just tell you, Felix Reimer has been on the front of this race for some time. Ibrahim on the screen as well, and look of concentration because they're at the 4.7 kilometre marker. The first sprint doesn't come till 7.4k, so it's a long way out of the pen, but there is some real pace on this race at the moment. They're at 46 kilometres an hour. They've got a tailwind section at the moment, so that really is lifting it, and that's why we're seeing the stretch on the front at the moment, and the arrow-like head to the pack.
But they're now going to take this left-hand turn, and this is where it's going to pay to be smart, because you don't need to panic too much on this, because you know coming up you're going to do this full UE. Yeah. You're going to go right the way around. You go smack bang into a headwind any second now, and then you're going to take the right-hand turn out of the block headwind into a long cross section.
Look at the speed decrease.
And that's because of that difference that we're seeing in terms of the wind effect and the effect it's having. You can see Xavier Maillard here, one of our really experienced riders, working hard here. Good to see Xavier in gear once again at the moment. And again, got the MyWhoosh jersey on there. A bit of inspiration in your kit is always a good thing. We were talking about that a little bit earlier on. However you draw that inspiration, you see at the moment, and he goes on to the climb. Just kicking over, going into then that descent, really wants to get the pressure down, 6 watts per kilo out front on camera. Always makes people go ride harder.
So can I just say, my next door neighbour in France is called Xavier, and sometimes when I think about Xavier down the road, I automatically think of Xavier Maillard.
Do you really?
I do, and it's the surname thing that causes me a problem, because I then start to wonder, can't remember what my next door neighbour's surname is, because all I can think about is Xavier Maillard, because I watch him race every Sunday. Well, Eduardo Sugai is another rider we watch race every Sunday, part and parcel of the Category 6 pack. I don't have a next door neighbour called Eduardo.
Okay. Any more random spouting you would wish to do?
No, I'm going to
just let us know. Let's dive on to our teams, because Category 5 are about to leave the pens here. Now, last week, the Level Avengers were absolutely blisteringly on form, with Grant Womack, Eben Schwartz, and Mayron Betancourt, the riders who took them out. They have got the band back together again, because the band is back together. Schwartz, Womack, and Betancourt, the Level Avengers who took the win last week, the riders who are on the start line this time around for Level Avengers. Can they get to the top level? Will they be the riders who complete it and get that tick first? We will find out. Already kicking out from the start with Pegasus at the moment. Andres, the rider that we're in with, as they leave the start pen here. My co-host at the moment just trying to do some artwork on the whiteboard between us. It's actually probably the most artistic thing I think I've ever seen Emma draw in a studio. Meanwhile, a little bit of artistry at work here, because this is a good move here. Sugai's gone. We saw him earlier on. He's now out in the front. The checkpoint comes at 7.4k. He's got 500 meters to go, but he has got a gap of what is 3 seconds here, and they're going to have to work to pull him back. The banner is in sight. The green archway coming just around the corner, and Sugai here is keeping a check on where the riders are behind him. He wants to take away maximum points. Remember, each of our checkpoints are rewarded with a prize, as well as with points in the overall competition. And whilst the pack is coming, they're not doing it quick enough, surely, to pull back Eduardo Sugai. Here comes the banner. Sugai's going to go underneath it. Very nicely done. Artist at work. That man's a Picasso.
Well, it is interesting, because Segalin and Gavescu, two of the riders, really dialing it behind to try and close the gap down, not making it. Sugai staying clear out front with the early attack today in Category 6. Category 5 are out and rolling.
They are indeed out and rolling.
There are 75 riders on the start sheets today in Category 5. Last week it was Holm from Tuomi, from Arseno, Mortek and Cirillo. Tuomi took the sprint and the climbing competition as well as coming through in second place. Ola Warren is the rider we're in with at the moment. For me, Ola Warren will be targeting those first 3 sprint sections. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes today. New riders in next, Finley Reddington. Welcome to the Sunday Race Club. And it's been really good to see across the women's and the men's this week, yet more new riders joining us. And of course, if you want to join us on the Sunday Race Club, don't wait till 2026. There's still races in 2025 you can join.
You could get yourself a Christmas present. You never know. You can win yourself some money on the Sunday Race Club because each and every Sunday there's prizes up for grabs. One rider who's definitely always tries, David Young.
Yes. He is indeed, and in the Pain Cave with David Young at the moment, the rider in from the USA. Good morning, David. Very early morning where David is at the moment, and it's fabulous to have him on board regularly on the Sunday Race Club, part and parcel of the Category 5 pack. He's got a smile on his face. I think he might be looking forward to the climbing today.
I think he's looking forward to being smart and staying out of the breeze as much as possible. Although at the moment,
he's on
right
the front.
Ahead. Yeah, but make it hard for everybody. It's maybe he's had the best warm up. That's one of the things I think with today's race route. It's hard from the start, and that means if you've had a good warm up, you got up early enough. Your alarm went off early enough in David's case.
2 a.m.
Is that all the time that?
No.
You don't know that for a fact. That was just a guesstimation.
It was just a random guesstimation.
It's probably not far away. And I have to say, if you get warm up, you get your alarm set early enough, you're prepared, you're going to have that advantage. In with Eben Schwartz at the moment, part of that winning team last week, Level Avengers. They'll be looking to keep that level up. Can they make it a clean sweep? Wouldn't it be good? Take the team win in race 1, 2, 3, and our finals. That would be pretty amazing. The other thing is teams have the advantage who've worked together already because they know how to ride. And on the course today, having people to protect you from the breeze is an advantage. And I think we're going to start to see teams work to keep their riders out of the wind.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it?
You'd want to lead out on these sprints in a headwind.
Well, you would, and it is going to be interesting to see how it does play out over the next few weeks. And I don't want to give any spoilers away, but I was going to talk about the women's race then, and I'm not going to. So, zipping my mouth.
Whilst Emma is quiet and her mouth is zipped metaphorically rather than physically, I am going to take advantage of that to talk about our teams in Category 4 who are about to head off because it's quite complicated. A number of the teams have split this time because we've got stronger teams. So BMC Racing, who took first place last time with Cadiz Zanetti, Robinson Pino and Giuliano on the team, are now split between BMC Racing A and B. Cycling District have done the same. They were third team with Cycling District last week. Cycling District have now 4A and 4B. They've got 10 riders in there rather than 5. So again, split. They were third last week. Ride Club Finland have done the same. They were the second team last week in Category 4. So Level Golden are up against teams in the Cycling District, the BMC Racing and the Ride Club Finland who've got A and B teams and have got the experience of being right on the top step only last week. So I think it's going to be very interesting how this plays out. And will we start to see the Cycling District teams collaborating together, 4A and 4B? That's 10 riders in this race field who could all be working together and then sorting it out between the A and B teams at the finish. It really is going to be an evolving situation as teams learn how to race, not only the Sunday Race Club together, but also how to race in the conditions that face them, whether it is en face, which is a headwind, or a derrière, which is at the back.
Well, Raphael Butcher, the rider on your screen at the moment, knows how to race the Sunday Race Club. We regularly see him putting down the power and putting in great moves to race in the pack and out the pack on a Sunday. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes. I was just thinking there, actually, do you know, some of the benefits here of being in a team being in a team and staying in the same team has really now got to see benefits, because it's about practicing together, it's about working together, and that working together, if you stay together as a team, is going to be have that added benefit now. Mohamed Mukhtari, one of the riders who I think today will go very strongly in Category 4, he's on your screen. He does come to the fore in a climb, and he really, really does love a good, strong climbing course. Category 4, Natari took the win from Boulanger last week. Ariev, Pinot, and Cadiz were second, third, fourth, and fifth. They 1 and 2 have indeed gone up into Category 3 this week. So progression there from Category 4 to Category 3 for the riders. But there are a lot of strong riders in this Category 4 pack.
The Category 4 riders at the moment really bunched together because of this headwind section that we've seen with the previous race categories as they go out from the pens. If you want to see where the riders are on the race route relative to the win, then you can do so on MyWhoosh info. Got to say a massive thank you to Jakub Wojciech. I know he's been working incredibly hard all week to integrate this in a way that really does give you a visual representation. You can get the elevation race route on the map, and that is on the course profile and on the map itself. You can get that on mywhooshinfo.com. Go on to Sunday Race Club. You can not only see the performances of and check out riders like Carlos Polgarin, who's one of our regulars on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, but you can also check out the race route, which bits are going to be a headwind, which bits are going to be a tailwind, and which bits are going to be a crosswind in there, how that's going to affect the ride as well. You'll have to watch all right to find out. And we'd love you to join us. Jump on board, download the app. Lots of updates. So make sure, if you're going to put it on, if you've not done it for a while, make sure you just go on to it, take off the old app, reload the app in, get the app down. We've been updating the studio computers. In fact, spent a busy day yesterday updating all the tech in the studios, making sure they were all updated with all of the latest MyWhoosh. We use Windows here, for example, so pretty much all the machines actually now running on MyWhoosh HD with some incredible graphics. And of course, don't forget you can use the standard one as well, the standard MyWhoosh, if you don't have the gaming machine. So we use pretty high power ones for broadcast here in the studio, so comes in handy when you want to use that HD. But don't forget, whatever you're running, whether that's iOS, Windows, or Android, download the app, jump on board, get on board. You can be down on the start lines as we speak. Well, next week. In category 654 or 3, 2, and 1. Now, here we go. It is a fantastic Category 3 race. Level Racing 3 taking away the victory last week with Bakken, Lane, Rushmer, and King. This week they're up to 5. And that is Rushmer, Morgan, Solar, Lane, and Bakken, representing Level Racing 3. Second team last week was the BMC Racing Up squad. This week they're represented by Bloon, Clendenin, Brook, and Barrett. The Cycling District Alpha Squad and Sandstorm also have more than 3 riders on their squad. So Category 3 battle is going to come thick and fast, I'm sure. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, it is the Category 5 race coming up to the first of our sprints. That's at 7.4K. Joel Warren at the moment is going early here. And we're seeing early attacks pay off because these riders really are absolutely giving it everything. 7 watts per kilo here coming from Joel Warren as he kicks on down here. And everybody else really, I think, has been caught napping. He's gone early. He's going to hold off. I think the rest of the riders will just see as the riders come into sight. And yep, that gap's definitely looking big enough. It's not coming down. Warren drops his watts per kilo. You can see the power comes off. He knows he's got this secure. He also knows that he doesn't need to do any more than that. Save power for when you need it today. And I think there's a large degree here, Emma. I don't know what you think about this. When you talk about course records, which you do on a frequent basis, being the resident statistician of the pair, when you talk about course records, you always say we never get a course record on the first time. We always go slow on the first time we go to a course. We get the course record generally second or third time we go to a course.
Yeah.
First time we got the wind, I think we see riders being a bit more circumspect and thinking a little bit more about it. The majority, there's always exceptions, but the majority of riders maybe just thinking, well, I want to see how this plays out, where I need to save my energy.
Well, yes and no. I can tell you that in the women's race earlier on today, with no spoilers, I clocked Category 4 and Category 1's times over the line in terms of the winning time and compared it to the course record. Both Category 1 set a course record by 1 minute. Category 4 set a course record by 2 minutes.
But the Category 1 winner was, don't listen, Category 1 winner was, if don't listen, if you haven't watched.
No, the Category 1 winner was the same person who held the course record.
Yes, but they were substantially clear.
Yes, they were. And Category
second,
4,
third, fourth place.
And of course, we've got new riders coming in. We've got all sorts of bits and pieces that come into that. But in principle, the Category 4 course record was broken by nearly 2 minutes a day, and the Category 1 course record was broken by 1 minute.
It'd be really interesting to see what happens in the other categories.
It really, really will. Those were the only two. I did a very quick check at the end of the women's race. I haven't looked at everything else. But Patrick Bloom is one of those riders who could be doing the business in Category 3 in the men's race today. He's closing down on Christopher Morgan at the 1.5 kilometre marker. And the reason he's closing down is because Ben Goodwin went off the front of the group and put in a bit of a push and a bit of an attack. Some of the riders have responded and come over to him. The pack is 3 seconds back.
And Patrick Bloom, we just saw there, really well prepared, the bike there, so you can see the bike bag round the front wheel, really good. I really like that because that's going to protect the front wheel and the front fork from any sweat damage there, protecting the front of the headset on the bike. And I know I say this a lot, but please, 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 if you are riding indoors, don't think your bike doesn't need any maintenance. Make sure you keep checking it, not just the obvious stuff like chains and transmission for power, but also keep a check. Stem, handlebars get a lot of abuse. Saw another picture from somebody who sent me a thing, said, I checked my bike and their stem and handlebars were white underneath the tape where they with the corrosion. And they said, there but for the grace of whatever, I nearly ended up with snapping the bars whilst riding. And even indoors, that's not going to be a good result for anybody. So please do make sure you keep your kit in good condition.
Don't assume because it's on the turbo trainer, it's fine.
No, it doesn't work like that. Definitely not. So do check your kit, make sure it's right. You would do it if you were riding anywhere else. It's the same applies. Just think, if that handlebar is bending, that's what you're losing. Yes. So checking your kit, being up to date, making sure you got it nailed makes a difference. Now, Patrick Karlstrom used the power of the duck that was nesting in his windsock.
Today he's using the power of the snowflake.
Yes.
How cool is that?
I had to say earlier on that we didn't have any Christmassy things going on in the studio. Maybe we should have a Christmassy background to the studio.
I am liking the snowflake lights.
Yes,
that is seriously good. Well, Patrick Karlstrom doing the business. His Category 3 race has been a light from the start, and the pack you can see rolling on the top right-hand corner of your screen, it's really, really stretched.
Now let's dive across from Category 3 to Category 4 because Sebastian Prince is on the move.
Yes, for the sprint, but look how far early he is. He's a kilometre out at the moment, and Prince is absolutely dialing this right now. But this, for me, could well and truly be too early.
I wanted to give you an answer other than yes, but I think it's going to be a yes, but I think it's probably too early. The only thing is that people have come around that corner, taken the momentum through, and then we've repeatedly seen them run it to the line and take it to the line. The gap they've got has been enough. Whether it's going to be enough, it's 5 seconds. We saw Joel Warren just not all that long ago, just hold on and kick through. And I think once you've got that gap, everybody else has to work to pull you back. We're in with third Chios at the moment. He's got 4 seconds. It's coming down, but I don't think it's going to come down quick enough. Or is it? Big kick coming down on the right-hand side, just driving on through there, taking the shelter on the right as well.
Here comes Butcher.
Big moves there. Going down the right-hand side, making the most of the draft. The wind coming from the left, diving down the right makes a difference. Prince has lifted it, though. But look at Butcher's power. 10.7. He comes up onto the shoulder of Prince. He's going to overhaul him in the last few meters. Well, it wasn't enough for Prince. Prince is going to come through. He might yet take second place. Butcher goes through over the top. We're going to have to wait for the result of the sprint in Category 4.
Well, Butcher takes away the 5 points, and Wilson Fernando Villada comes through for second. Sebastian Prince takes third. Adrian Muoka takes fourth, and Rui Ferreira takes fifth. They all take points in that competition with 2 more sprints to go.
And that was a real masterclass from Bush of what to do. If crosswind, as we saw there was there, don't come from the windward side, go from the non-windward side. That makes such a difference. Come from the non-windward side. So basically, keep it all the way to right-hand gutter, overtook on the right, all the way through there, using the shelter, using the draft, using the momentum.
Well, the Category 3 race coming up to the 5-kilometre marker. Bushueska is the rider off the front. Ben Goodwin back in the pack.
So at the moment, we've just moved across to Category 3. Bushueski on the move as we see him driving on here, just clear of the group behind here. This is this turn that we saw Category 6 come around, piling in at speed, then taking the left-hand turn, all the speed coming off, the compression coming on the group as it goes straight in from an 11-12 kilometre tailwind to an 11-12 kilometre headwind. It compresses the group down. Then that right-hand turn into the crosswind. It's the crosshead. Doesn't make life particularly easy on the way through. Whilst you're moving forwards, basically anything that's not a straight tailwind ends up being a cross headwind of some description. That's how it feels on the bike. Whether or not these riders are able to utilize the wind or the draft will depend on their skills, their steering ability, how well they've got that set up on the bike, how usable it is. It's no good having to reach off the bike for a keyboard. You need it to hand. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. What plays, I can tell you now, will have the buttons at his fingertips.
Well, he is a rider who stays in the pack until the final moments. And whilst Clay's on your screen at the moment, good to see him. Now, Radoslaw Bucierecki is still down the road, 5 seconds up the road to be precise. Christopher Morgan just starting to push on the front of the pack with Patrick Bloom, Travis Barrett, Ricky Lane, Pierre Fell, Walter Clays, all in there. Timothy Brook is there too. So is Andrew Rushmer. And they are indeed trying to bring Bucierecki back into the fold. Well, whilst Category 3 look to do that, Category 2 are down in the start pen now with less than a minute to go. Category 2, our largest race field today, 81 riders on the start sheets in Category 2.
It's a huge race field and a huge number of teams. Last week, we had 7 teams in action on qualifier race number 1. Last week, that victory was taken by the Abu Dhabi team. They were our best team. Second place in that team competition was Riders of the Storm. Levelly in third, Gloria Victis in fourth, Cycling District 2 in fifth, the Hitmen in sixth, and Beast Mode and Friends in seventh place. There's more teams than that, but you've got to remember, to count in a team competition, you need 3 riders as a minimum and a maximum of 5 riders. So lots of teams, 7 teams last week contested that battle. The victory going to the Abu Dhabi team. And again, on this climb with this race route, I wouldn't bet against them taking that team prize. We'll have to see, will they take away the honours, the bragging rights? Because remember, it is all about making sure you get to the summit first. And when we get to our finals, the very last race in December, that is when the team competition pays out in terms of the team positions. Meanwhile, we're going to go right-hand side of our screens as Category 2 lead the pens, in with Category 3 because Bucierecki has stayed clear. He's going to go through ahead of Hribjan. Then it's going to be Brook, followed by the bunch. I think it was Clays from Bloom from Karlstrom, but just waiting to get that confirmed in the Category 3 sprint for the line there. So as it came through, Bucierecki clear at the front, I think, just.
Yes, he was indeed clear at the front. Hibrian in second, Brook in third, Clays in fourth, and Karlstrom in fifth. Well, Christoph Thiem off the front of the pack already here. Jakob Bjorklund is with him. Now, those were two names I would have put at the end of this race in Category 2, not necessarily off the front of the race, but Jakob Bjorklund on your screen at the moment. Olivier Simmons is there as well, dialing it alongside Cam Winfield. Amazing to see the riders absolutely nailing the start here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. They're 800 metres in, and they really are making sure the pack is up and the pack is rolling. The 81 riders on the start sheets here in Category 2 really could be a... I actually think Category 2 potentially could be the best race of the day in terms of being the closest and the most fought. Carncayan could go well. Jonas Bjarhed could go well. Becker, Nair, Bengston could go well. Peter Milostic, never discount Peter Milostic when the climb goes uphill for a long, long time. He is a great, great racer. Well, Nicolas Fournier coming up into Category 2. We know him better as a sprinter and to get his timing right. One of the other riders who's on great form is Nathan Guerra. He took second place last week. Mads Buster took third. Becker took fourth and Zach Nair took fifth. But with this level of climbing, well, Bjarhed, Milostic, X100, Tatu Koinstinen could also ride strongly.
Ivan Nuki.
Ivan
Nuki's on blistering form. He's absolutely flying as well. I think he's definitely a rider to watch when we come to the top of the feet, and has been very, very strong, along with Mr. X100. I wouldn't discount Ross Fawcett either, I must admit.
Well,
but might be just too big, too long.
Well, Ross Fawcett is one of those riders who we go on travels with on the Sunday Race Club, and we've seen him on his holidays with his camper van and his drone flying, showing us shots of where he is and the location to which he's racing the Sunday Race Club. This week, Ross Fawcett, well, he's not with Jesse Langevin. Jesse Langevin is on your screen at the moment, and actually, do you know what? He's a rider not to discount today.
Yeah, definitely.
He really is. But Jesse Langevin does not have Ross Fawcett with him in the Pain Cave today. But I can tell you, one other Category 2 rider does.
Okay, well, we will have to find out who that is. Jesse Langevin has really come in and made his presence felt.
Yeah, he has.
The Netherlands rider coming and joining the Sunday Race Club. Definitely a rider to watch out for when we come in towards that climb. It'll be really interesting to see how he deals with today's race route. It's a big route. We normally see the Jebel Hafeet come in for the finals. There was a time when this was the staple course for all of our riders, albeit in a shorter race distance, in a 45-kilometre race route. Now, certainly looking different. And for the second week in a row, we're going to Rick Van Erck.
On the flatlands.
On the flatlands. Rick, I can't promise this will last forever, but at the moment, the team are feeling in a great mood at the moment. They've clearly had enough coffee in the production room that they are going to be nice to you and to us, and always come to you when you're on the flat section here. Nicely tucked in with the front of the group as well, Rick, at the moment in third position on the road, having to work as he's in the draft. As Category 2 hit that 2.8k mark, Category 1 are ready to go. The world champion down on the line, part of the Boss Moves Only squad, who were bossed into second place by the team who took race victory. Brand new team to the Sunday Race Club. Team Scandi Racing's Bjorn Andreasen, Jakob Dane and Niall Pedersen took away the team win. And that was phenomenal. I know Emma's going to talk more about that race in a second. The team who took third was the Alpha Jaw squad, the ever-present Alpha Jaw squad of Chirrut Vajassin, Kaminsky and Jones. Osborne squad, though, the Boss Move squad, second last week. What can they do? What can Sagnan District do? They're up against Team Scandi Racing.
They are indeed. And what an attack with 1 kilometre to go from Niall Pedersen last week. It was an absolute phenomenal move, and I don't think we really thought it was stick, but he's doing it again, and he's off the front at the start of the race. I won last week. I'm at the head of the race this week. Let's go. Let's bring it on. Come on, Mr. Andreasen, get on my wheel. Mr. Jones, don't let the gap go.
100%. And this, for me, now Pedersen is a what monster. He's got a fantastic power, and this is going to go to his fore. Congratulations, Niall, on your first Sunday Race Club win in Category 1 last week. Brilliant racing. It was great to see him take that win. New face at the front. This is going to be interesting now, because the power will come to the fore on these flatter sections, on these headwind sections. Having the watts is going to make the difference, much more so than being light.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Well, Bjorn Andreasen picking up the mantle from his teammate, Noah Pedersen, and on the front of the pack, Jason Osborne paying close attention, but trying to get into that draft. Look at the stretch on the Category 1 group. If you weren't awake a minute ago, Category 1, you are now.
And because this is a repeated headwind, they can split the group here. This could split the group. It's certainly making life difficult for the riders, because if you're not in the draft, you're not in the right place, you're going to be in trouble. The riders wanted to keep out of the wind, wanted to keep out of that that coming through.
And this is the benefit of being in a team and having team tactics, because the team who decided to make this move, and Pedersen is on the front, Team Scandi Racing, this was obviously a discussed decision in terms of this tactic here. They all know they've got to be at the front of the group because the attack is coming. The attack is going to happen. They're going to try and use the wind to break the group and break the group early and whittle down what is a 30 rider Category 1 race field. This is a brilliant, brilliant strategy from Team Scandi Racing, and it's working. But they know they've got to be in the right place to be on the right side of the group, not at the back of the pack, to be danger, to be dropped off. And we've already got riders after 1.5 kilometres dropped off the Category 1 race field.
They dropped off the back. They're having to work the way back, and then the last thing you want to do is attack, put all that effort in, and then find your teammates off the back and have to sit up. Now, Kroll doing the attacking in Category 2 with Yanni Jacobs on the chase at the moment. Becker's coming up behind him as well. Very, very interesting to see this aggression early on as they come up over these bridges, trying to break these groups down. We see this with Category 2. I mean, it's a huge race field, 81 riders on the start list in Category 2. It's big. You don't want to take that group in anyway. You know, you need to break that down if you want a chance of being in with the prizes, even just at the sprint.
Last week in Wollongong, sub 1 second covered the top 21 riders in Category 2.
I'll put you any amount of ice creams that doesn't happen today.
Well, I would agree with you, but it does just show the strength and depth of the race field and how close the competition is.
And if that's a run-in for a sprint checkpoint or whether that's a run-in for the finish, it's going to make a difference. Now, Esprit Ibrahim, and looking resplendent as ever, very colour coordinated, complete with casquette and hat on as well, which is always good to see. The ticket there working for Esprit Ibrahim. Interesting to see arm warmers on as well at this stage, the jersey zipped up. I do always think when you've got a massive climb at the end of the racing, that the riders shouldn't be at the right temperature. You should almost be a little too cold, have ways of getting even cooler as you go into that final climb.
Yeah, it is. But look at Vidal Mayer off the front of the pack at the moment, and absolutely dialing here at the 6.8 kilometre marker. It's still a run to the sprint checkpoint at the moment, but he's gone long like we've seen in some of the other categories. Rick Van Erck, though, 13, 14 watts per kilo behind, trying to close this down early.
So at the moment, Vidal Maer's clearly fired up, warmed up, and on his way. Hopefully, he won't be too warm when he hits the Jebel feet, when that temperature will kick in and you start really heating up because of that long, sustained effort. Meanwhile, Bjorn Andreasen clearly on the move again. He's the rider who's gone clear on the front of the race in Category 1. Andreasen took his World Championship win with a long breakaway. He's a long breakaway specialist. I can't imagine he's going to do that today. Vidal Mayer, though, does the checkpoint. That would be the ride of the year.
Well, you know, you can have the ride of the year. Well, it's December. There's only a few weeks left. Time to get the ride of the year in.
True. And clearly, the Team Scandi Racing are not going to chase it. So Andreas is going to be let go by the team who took team victory last week.
Should we take a look at the results of that sprint?
Go on, then.
Well, Vidal Mayer picks up 5 points in that competition. Rick Van Erck picks up 4. Jesse Langevin takes 3. Nicholas Becker 2. And Alexei Kalman 1.
So those are the point scorers so far. But remember, of course, in terms of sprints, 3 sprints coming at 7.4, 13.7 and 19.5 kilometres. We then have 10.7k to the next checkpoint, although it's only 7.5k to the start of the climb. And we have seen, because the Aquarium climb is a tailwind climb predominantly, sprints at the top in the women's race. Not giving any spoilers really by that. It's fairly predictable that the groups really did stay together.
Ooh.
Using the sections here, though, very, very different. The world champion here, Jason Osborne, very aware to the fact Andreassen's gone down the road, gone after him, and they're going down into that sort of 180 degree. So if you're going to go for a lone attack, do it in with a tailwind, where the bunch doesn't get the advantage. When you've got a headwind, oh, that's a different kettle of fish as these riders at the moment, both in category 1 and 2, both got the same sort of tailwind section.
They do, and Jason Osborne has just called for Don and Andreasen to work with him. They've got a bit of a gap on the group around 6 seconds, and he's just gone, come on, we're in a tailwind, let's go. Let's work together, the three of us. We really need to start to push on, because what otherwise will happen is riders will come across in ones and twos, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. The riders are trying to bridge the gap. So Don Osborne, Andreasen, part and parcel of that leading group with Ollie Jones, and Michael Knudsen. But look at the pack. This category 1 race has been just blown to smithereens in the first 5 kilometres because of the tactics that has been deployed.
I think the problem is that going here it's almost impossible to break clear because of what comes next. You've got cross headwinds for a long way. There's very few tailwind sections where you can break this group apart. And I think for me, that's going to be telling. The real big point where that changes actually is when you're starting to come across a little bit later on.
Look how hard Lionel Yassin has just been working at the 5 kilometre mark to join that group he's in. He's done it. But the recovery now needed to bring his heart rate down. And Niall Pedersen's just gone over the top and gone again.
And you saw him go down that right-hand side. He went down the right-hand gutter. The wind blowing from his left-hand side. He goes down the right-hand side. Absolutely smart move, uses the draft, uses the ability to position himself in the road. He's now moved across to the left-hand side to make the most of that draft, not give any assistance. Ruben Donk comes across. You can see him steering onto the wheels. Osborne's doing the same, trying to go across into that slipstream. And interesting, Pedersen not zigzagging across the road there to break the draft. He wants to get a group to go clear. He won't want to go clear solo, but everybody coming back together again. Another left-hand turn, block headwind. Nobody's going anywhere, I suspect, at the moment solo, unless they're going to expend a huge amount of power. Anybody off the back, though, once you've hit this headwind, the advantage is with whichever is the biggest group. And at the moment, that biggest group is the lead group. And that means that the riders who have been distanced, game over.
And the riders that have been distanced, there are a number of them. I can't think I can remember the last time we're 6 kilometres into a 55 kilometre race. We saw so many Category 1 riders off the back of the group. Well, let's take a look at the riders in the Category 1 group. Take a look at the work being done here. Dan Jurek down low, really trying to battle and fight. Lionel Vujasin, we've seen him breathing really hard already and trying to recover from coming across to the group. Mikhail Kaminski, that's a look of concentration on his face. Ollie Jones's cadence, well, that is rolling as Kaminski gets up and out of the saddle to try and push on. Niall Pedersen, well, he has been instrumental from the get-go in all of this. I tell you something, Pedersen's confidence must be absolutely flying high at the moment.
Yeah, I think that the team, the riders who were involved in that win for the team and the individual competition last week just showed just how strong they are. He's on the front here. He's going in for the sprint. He's got to be careful. Super Sprinter Jones is coming. He's not going to do enough. You can see that massive smile on the face of Niall Pedersen. Takes away the segment win and beats Jones, who was coming quick but didn't quite have enough there. So Pedersen taking the win. I think one time we should do a fancy dress Sunday Race Club. I'll tell you why in a moment. Now Pedersen taking the win in Category 1 in the Future Museum Sprint checkpoint. He came through. Interestingly, though, the riders in Category 1 getting to that point 7 seconds slower than the riders in Category 2, where Vidal Mayer took the checkpoint. Buchowski taking Category 3, Butcher taking Category 4, Warren taking Category 5, and Sugai taking Category 6. Category 5 going faster than the Category 4 race by 6 seconds, 7 seconds again. So interesting to see, depending on how it's being raced, up to that checkpoint is very much about what happens in the race. And this group on the front at the moment, well, they're all over the place. They are having to really race hard from the start here. Now, Pedersen, who just took that sprint, just making sure he doesn't get detached from the group.
Well, can I just say something? Because we think Category 1 have been absolutely dialing it on the front here. But to that Future Museum sprint, the 7.4 kilometre marker, actually, Category 2 are quicker. It's true, isn't it? It's just amazing.
It is. It's really, really. I think for me, it shows how hard Category 2 is.
Yeah.
This is why when you watch elite racers in an elite race, they generally start slow and get quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker on the road. And the same's true in a lot of disciplines. Whereas in the categories below, they tend to just go like crazy from the gun.
Yes.
And that's what we tend to see. Category 2, the step down from Category 1, I can't remember any time when Category 2, for a long, long time, just sat back and let it get on with it.
But Category 2 is also a much larger race field than Category 1. 30 riders in Category 1, 81 riders in Category 2.
There's always somebody going to have a go, isn't there?
But those 81 riders in Category 2 are so well evenly matched. You've got so much more competition. You're right. There's always somebody else to have a go.
Yeah, or give you some assistance, or have a dig. Somebody's going to be feeling good at that point in the race. If you think every rider has a bad patch for 2K, and you've got 50K, and you've got 25 riders, well, that means only half the race there's going to be a bad patch. There's going to be, but you have a bad patch, there's always going to be somebody going to be able to have a go here.
Also, if you've got 30 riders on the start line and you start losing riders early,
yeah,
losing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders off a 30 rider pack is really instrumental in how fast that pack will ride and how much help and competition you've got. If you lose 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders off the back of 81, you still got a phenomenal sized group.
You've still got a big group. Now, as we go into this sprint of the 13.6K, 13.7K mark, Jakob Björklund and Ollie Simmons battling it out at the top of the standings for the race there. The Expo sprint, our second sprint, Simmons from Björklund, from Langeveen, from Becker, and from Cameron. Yes,
but interestingly,
in the mix there again.
Sprint number 1 at the Future Museum sprint, Olivier Simmons was the last rider of the pack through. He didn't pick up any points. He was the last rider at the back of a 66 rider pack.
Oh, saving his firepower for later potentially, or maybe just didn't grab such a good warm-up. You never know. Now, just taking a look on our screens, Category 1, 2, 4, and 5 on our screens at the 4 and 3 on our screens at the moment. So going clockwise from top left, Category 1 in yellow, Category 2 in the green, Category 3 in the blue, and Category 4 in the red. The riders at the moment, these groups just keep on pulling back together. Ben Goodwin.
I'm just giggling because he's on the attack again.
I know.
20 kilometres in. That first attack was in those first few kilometres. And now 20 kilometres in, he's going again.
He's going to the right point because he's going where he's got this tailwind section. He's coming round down towards that roundabout. And then he actually has got quite a long stretch, I think.
There's a headwind coming. Bing!
Yeah.
There it is.
But he's going to go across and then it's going to come around slightly. But whether it's enough, I don't think it's going to be. I think you want a long tailwind section if you're going to go, and you need to attack hard.
Yeah, and the first real long tailwind sections here start to come at around the 24 kilometre marker. That's when the riders start to come in, and the ride between around 27 and 32. There's a lot of tailwind out on the course,
and that coincides with the climb.
It does.
That coincides with the aquarium climb, and so that means that it's going to nullify the advantage the climbers have, I think. And we've seen this certainly in the women's race. We were seeing sprinters taking the top. We were seeing riders who are all-round rulers taking the top of the aquarium climb. It didn't go to pure climbers. It went to riders who had that all-round ability.
But there were also some interesting tactics at that particular point in the women's race.
In all the races, yes. But it was still riders who... If you discount the world champion, it was generally non-climbers in the mix, let's say.
Well, Jason Thomason is the rider in the mix at the moment in the Category 6 race. He is just hanging off the front of the pack. Now, if I was him, I'd be dropping back and getting in the draft and saving as much energy as possible, which is exactly what he's about to do. There he goes in the pack. Numbers go green. Perfect. And you can see the rest of the pack rolling and rolling strongly here. But big power actually coming out at the moment and immediately off the pack as soon as they were comfortably in the group. And that's often one of the challenges when the pack catches you. You've got to modulate your pace. To the pace of the chasing group. And because it's a chasing group that catches you, they're traveling faster than you at that point in time. So you do need to put that bit of a dig in to get your pace up to be able to stay in the chasing group.
Or be very adept at positioning as they come through to get sucked down there, because if you're in the super tuck and they're not, and you've got the right pace and speed, it is possible to jump in, but it's a bit of a gamble to get that right on the way through. Now, just taking a look right-hand side of your screen. Remember, 6 race categories taking to race start. Each of our riders' avatars powered by a rider on their home trainer. At the moment, starting home, clearly kicking the bottom out of the bucket in the home trainer, in the pain cave. Stamping down on the pedals, the bike he's riding there, the Colnago Y1RS. At the moment, one of the most aero bikes when you're out on the road. The bike as ridden by Tadej Pogacar out on his way to Tour victory amongst a multitude of race wins. The bike that's being ridden by home at the moment, clear of the group. He's on to the climb now. On this climb, when you take a left-hand turn, you will go into a headwind. When you take a right-hand turn, you go into a tailwind. So basically, when you take a right-hand turn, attack. When you take a left-hand turn, dig in.
Well, X100 at the moment about to take a right-hand turn at the 17-kilometre marker, running towards the next sprint checkpoint, dropping down the descent on the flat plateau. Then there's a short climb before they get to the Abu Dhabi sprint at 19.5 kilometres. This is the point of the move for X100. He's got 5 seconds over the chasing group. The chasing group steady as they go behind.
Steady as they go.
Yeah, Nikolai Damsgaard on the front, making the most of the short amount of recovery he can get by super tucking. I can tell that because he's doing 0 watts per kilo.
No, there you go. No, 0 watts per kilo on the left-hand side of your screen. Category 1 riders, the last to leave the pens, heading towards our race finish. Currently heading in towards the second of our sprint. Now Pedersen with work to do here. Ruben Dunton's got the jump on him. Come on now. You're being left in the dust at the moment because look at this. Dunton got his timing right. Pedersen's going to score points here as they go through. Pedersen holds on to the green jersey. No win this time around. No checkpoint prize, but Dunton will take the prize. Pedersen taking second. Jones right up there, but losing points again.
They're still so much slower than Category 2.
No way.
Really interesting to see. I'm actually struggling to try and find the Category 1 riders at the moment. They are Ruben Dont goes through in 64th fastest time through that section. And 10 seconds slower than Rick Van Erck, who's at the back of the Category 2 pack. Ruben Dont takes 5 points. Now Pedersen takes 4. Ollie Jones takes 3. Michael Knudsen takes 2. And Bjorn Andreasen takes 1. Interesting.
So let's take a look at the checkpoint winners of the Expo Sprint. Remember, all of the prize values available on the MyWhoosh.com website. Go to the guide for the racing for the Sunday Race Club. Don taking the win at that checkpoint in Category 1 from Simmons in Category 2. Clay's taking the win in Category 3. Cadiz in Category 4. Warren in Category 5. And German taking away the win in Category 6. And as Emma said, not always the case that the better category, the higher category, in theory, the better riders are going to go faster. Let's dive in with Tatu Koivunen at the moment out of the saddle. That finish flag on the jersey on the right-hand side. And you can tell on that gradient on this climb up from the low point on today's course at the 18.5k. Did Mark get this out? This sits between the Expo Sprint and the Abu Dhabi Sprint, and around about 17k it drops. So you then go down, you climb up this section, up past the roundabout, and then continue onwards. I've ridden this on a number of occasions and always regretted taking the turning that took me onto it. It's a nice run down, but it's great going the other way, this bit, but going this way, it is really, really hard. It really hurts.
Well, sometimes it has to hurt to get better, but Ricardo Betty on your screen at the moment, up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals. He is currently sitting in fourth place in the Category 2 race at the moment. X100, 10 seconds down the road. Godzarski, Ibrahim, Betty, Kroll, Yazbek, all doing the chasing here. Becker is trying to come across, as well as Olivier Simmons as well. And Jesse Langevin in the green skin suit now paying close attention as well. They got some time to catch back because there are 400 meters, 300 meters now until the sprint checkpoint, and some of these riders are going to want to pick up points, even if it's second, third, fourth, and fifth.
They will indeed here, and I think Esri Ibrahim fighting here for the second set of points. Jesse Langevin, though, starting to accelerate behind Mr. X100. This is going to be about the points for the overall. Ibrahim's going to take second. Langevin takes third in that green jersey. He should have enough, I think, to hold on based on the previous sprint results there, because Langevin took third in the preceding sprint behind Simmons and Bjorklund, with Becker and Kalman in that. So in terms of the overall, Jesse Langevin holding that jersey, and now we'll take that away because at 19.7k, it's done and dusted. No more sprints for the Category 2.
It is indeed. And the rest of the pack, look at them pile over the top of him. So Langevin in the green skin suit, but the rest of the green jerseys piling over the top because the push is still on from the front. X100 is still off the front. Nathan Guerra now trying to close it down. Christoph Kroll, Nikolai Damsgaard, Frederick Gombert, SS, Ross Fawcett, all starting to get into the mix here, and they are chasing X100 because it's a 7-second gap at the moment, and the pace and the power of X100, he's settled now. I was about to say he's settled now into time trial mode, and he just dropped and then picked up again, wondering what he was pushing.
So as category 2 are on the move at the moment. Category 2 being led by Mr. X100, the chasing group coming up behind him, trying to close gap down. The headwind in play. Just to run through the headwind for you, if you were not here at the start of the show, the wind that's blowing on our riders at the moment is indicated top right-hand side of your screen, 9.5 kilometers an hour wind showed at the moment, coming from the north. The top of the map is north, as far as I'm concerned, always. So I've got to get that the right way around. So the top is the north. That's the direction the riders are heading, basically, at the moment. So you can see at the moment that map going through. And as we take a little look at it, that wind just turning from a headwind to a crosswind and then back up again. Carncayan just having to respond to that. They're just on this twisting section that takes you onto the bridge. This comes on the back of that climb out past the roundabout. Not the easiest of places, but Carncayan, consummate rider here on MyWhoosh, very much has this dialed. I'm sure he'll be making sure he maximizes the drafting and trying to stay out of the way of the wind on the way into the climb.
Well, Ika Morel in there, as well as Mads Buster, Carlos Ospina in the group as well. So is Lewis Ridley. These are who's who in terms of Category 2 riders, and they are all in the mix, all paying really close attention to the rest of the racing. We'll drop back in with Category 4 now. They're at the 28.9 kilometre marker. They're on the Aquarium climb. The polka dot checkpoint comes at the 30.2 kilometre marker. That's the head of the climb, the top of the climb for this time, the first of 2 climbs in the climbing competition. Rui Ferreira right on the front here, doing great work.
It's really impressive to see, isn't it? At the moment, that's the tailwind blowing these riders up the climb. It'll turn to a headwind as they take this left-hand turn. Quick reminder on this climb, right-hand turn takes you into the wind, left-hand turn takes you to the tailwind section. So always interesting to see how these riders go. It does vary as they make their way up on to the climb here. The riders making their way up. Looks like Guillaume Arsène at the moment in the pack. The Frenchman nicely tucked in here in Category 4. Guillaume looking to make sure he's in a good revs as well. 103 revs per minute at the moment. Really spinning that round on his way up the climb here. I'll see whether or not he's able to maintain that cadence. The speed, though, is breaking this group apart. They've got very little distance to go until they hit that polka dot archway. It's going to come into sight. It's going to all be about here making sure that you get yourself into position for what is going to be a sprint as they go up here. So this is going to be key. Who's going to take the kick? Who's going to have the push? Giuliano is in here, looking at the moment pretty strong on the front, 7.5 watts per kilo. But what can he do here? Asena Yakina along with Lepera on the move here. The kick is going to come, and the problem is when you're revving up, you can see the revs here at the moment. I'm saying really revving. He's on the pace, but look at Yakila. Yakila has gone on the front. The Polish rider's going to take top spot here. It's going to be Arsen in second, Giuliano in third. Yanni, I think he's going to take fourth place potentially. We're going to just take a double check of that.
Yeah, we are indeed taking a double check, and he takes fourth place indeed, and Yannicki takes fifth.
So the polka dot skin suit, the leader in the climbs competition, that skin suit being awarded to Michael Ika. He doesn't need to wait to the podium to be able to pull that on. He gets to do that virtually in game as his avatar is riding by the power of MyWhoosh. By the power of Greystoke. No, that's a dodgy
Whoosh.
1980s cartoon. By the power of MyWhoosh, it can happen instantaneously. And our race leader in terms of the polka dot skin suit, Michael Yakila, bottom left-hand side of your screen, category 4. Bottom right-hand side of your screen, category 3. Ben Goodwin on the march again.
Well, I tell you something, Combativity Awards Day goes to Ben Goodwin. I'll tell you that. It's been absolutely brilliant to watch. And 37 riders, if you're watching and wondering, that category 4 pack going through the aquarium climb at the moment. So 37 riders in red in contention. Ben Goodwin, this attack from Ben, it's just been attack after attack after attack. He's after that polka dot skin suit, which is where he's heading for the aquarium climb at the moment. He's got a great gap.
The gap he's got there, I wish we could award. Maybe we should appeal to the powers that be at MyWhoosh. Can we, as commentators, award a commentary team's combativity award of the day? One in the women's, one in the men's race. I think maybe we should have to do that. It'd be great because. I tell you something, really love that attacking race. And you just see Goodwin at the moment, 7 seconds clear. Kikirski, along with Bloom, Wojnes, looks like Buchowski, Kisnowski, Yazbek, all on the move here. Just going to jump in with Patrick Bloom out of the saddle here as he takes his left-hand turn. The wind moving across to his left-hand side. Wants to be on the right. He needs his avatar to get across to that right-hand side. He's still getting some draft, though. And look at the watts, 550 watts he was kicking out there. He's just dropped into the wind, and we're going to see the churn come in here. Riders go to the front. They get hit by the wind. They'll push them back. Other riders who've been in the draft will come forward. At the moment, though, Bloom is continuing to kick here at 540 watts. It's enough to break clear of that washing machine effect at the moment. He does have the advantages coming up on other riders, but at the moment, he's going to get limited drafts as he makes his way through. Bloom on the chase, trying to close down Goodwin. Goodwin clear at the front. He's gone past those riders in category 4. He's sprinting for this checkpoint here. It's the first of the 2 checkpoint prizes in today's competition. He's going to hit that line. Ben Goodwin, well, we might not be able to give him the combativity award. He's going to be awarded the polka dot jersey, the first wearer of that today. He'll be looking to hold that to the end of the race with a good performance on the Jebel Hafit. The Hafit climb coming 10.5 kilometers long. It is a huge, huge climb, 3 times as long as the climb he's just done. But at the moment, he's got the points. He's taken maximum points. Bloom comes through and Goodwin responds, thinking about jumping onto the wheel, but that big pack sweeping around the bend behind is going to close him down. Now going across to Nathan Guerra in the pain cave at the moment. And on the right-hand side, his avatar tucked into this group. Currently with some great draft. There you can see the 3 green chevrons next to the green Watts numbers, indicating that at the moment he's sitting on the left-hand side of the riders as the wind blows from the right. Smart positioning in this group as he continues to push on this leading group at the moment. Looking pretty strong here, and I think it's a couple of seconds the gap. It's come down, it's down. In fact, it's coming down very quickly because there is a charge coming from behind here as they are looked to be closed down. The riders behind saw the danger of that leading group and they went, no, I don't think so. We're not going to give you the room to move. And on this crosswind section, coming along this straight here at the 25.7 kilometer mark, they are not that far off. The climb of the aquarium climb kicks in at 27 kilometers. So 27k, that is when the main first ascent of the aquarium climb comes. That's the first of 2 checkpoints. When we come off the aquarium climb, we actually drop down and we climb up through the Leeward Desert climb section. Not a segment today, but it's a tough climb. As regular viewers will know, one of my least favourite sections of climb. I'd rather go up the Yebble Feet than the Leeward Desert climb, I have to say. And that's from very much a non-climber because that Leeward Desert climb with that double step, very, very tough to stay at race pace on all the way over the top with that big gap in the middle of it. Whereas the feet, you can settle into a bit more of a rhythm. This group, though, they take the left-hand turn here. Another push on the front here. So another dig as they come around this right-hand turn. It's going to turn from across head to across tailwind here. Might give a little bit of assistance, but I think with this group so big, it really is a mission to nowhere to try and break clear. Category 2 at the moment at the 26.7 kilometer mark. A lot further back, Category 1, left-hand side of your screen, group together, Grupo Compacto, as the saying goes. They've swept up a number of Category 2 riders who at the moment are finding they're getting a ride along with that Category 1 group as they make their way down here. And the pack at the moment looking very much like it's under control. Nobody's losing ground here at the moment. Time for them to refuel. I do think Emma's just gone. Have you just managed to sneak down to the Full Speed Events coffee machine?
You're not supposed to say that out loud. I did. I just nipped out of the actual studio and made a coffee. It could be good. Matthias Van he could well be doing with a coffee as well, but you never know. He can't have one yet. He may well be fueled and ready to battle hit the 23.3 kilometre marker. He's in the leading group. The pack here. It's been a really, really interesting race in this Category 1 competition. 19 riders now in the leading group after 30 riders starting today. Van He, one of the riders, I think he surprised himself by making that trip to Abu Dhabi and qualifying for that World Championship final this year. But boy, has it done him good. He's moved from Category 2 into Category 1. We always knew he was like a secret assassin in Category 2. Always had a great kick. And if there was ever a sprint finale, Van He was one of the riders you needed to keep your eyes peeled on. But coming up to Category 1, I think he's just getting better and better. He really is.
I've really been impressed. I mean, we've seen him fighting it out. He was always strong in Belgium. He was strong on those punchy courses. I think with the grade, with the ups and downs, the fast changing pace that we're going to start to see more and more with the wind effect. And I know we've talked a lot about this. Like him. It's going to suit riders who've got that punch rather than that long, steady effort. One rider who really impressed me last week, Sai Safrazadi. I mean, always impressed by all of our riders. Sai put in a superb performance. Sai Safrazadi, superb racing, superb riding by him last week. Good to see Said on the show again, and another view into the pain cave from Said there.
Yeah, I do always love when you go into the pain caves and you actually see the medals, the trophies, the years of dedication to the sport behind the riders. And it is one of the great little windows we get into those worlds. The Category 1 riders on the left-hand side of your screen at the 24.6 kilometre marker, they're coming up to the aquarium climb. At the 43.5 kilometre marker, the Category 6 race are approaching the Jebel Hafit.
Yep, it's on its way. It's not going to be long. The climb itself starting just after the 44-kilometre marker. Very distinctive start to the climb when it comes in, when it kicks in, and those riders really start to feel its effects at the moment. Vargas and Thompson with that 8-second gap to Mamba. Mamba, the polka dot skin suit wearer, on the front of the bunch behind, not wanting to let Thomas and Vargas go too far, but I would 8 seconds on this climb. You can win or lose 8 seconds very, very quickly if you go into the red. So you've got to be careful about pushing too hard on the run in to such a big climb when you could lose, even in the final kilometre, you could lose 20, 30 seconds if you're not careful.
Easily. We've seen riders lose minutes on climbs like this, and Thomason and Vargas going in with a 10-second gap. 10 seconds is absolutely nothing on a 10-kilometre climb.
It's not. I have to say, if you're not into climbs, quick tip from the top, get on board with the MyWhoosh Cycling Esports League on Tuesday. And the reason is it's an individual time trial on the coffee trail.
I'm doing it.
Are you doing it?
I'm joining the league this week.
Excellent. Very good. You'll love it because it's 24.1 km time trial this week. It's stage number 3. And looking at the course profile, I've got the course profile in front of me. Basically, you start at 0 meters. The maximum elevation change is 20 meters downhill. As you drop down towards kilometre 6, the low point of the course, there's a few bridges to cross on the way through and climb back up again.
It's one of my favourite courses.
But you finish at the 24.1k, so you finish back where you started off, effectively, in terms of height. But when we're talking meters, we're talking 20 meters. We're not talking 900 plus meters on a climb, like today's race route 1088. So jump on board Cycling Esports League, register, get your teams in as well, because team competition is in there. You can do it as an
individual, or you can be part of a team.
Indeed. So jump on board.
Any women in category 5 wanting to come and join my women's team, please feel free.
Just a quick note for Phil Proctor, who is on the chat on YouTube. You don't have to have a video feed of your race for us to broadcast. That's optional. We do say a big thank you to everybody, including Jamie Cahill, who do so. All the rules for MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club available on MyWhoosh website, read by everybody, including Zach Nair, who knows them inside out, as he takes away that checkpoint, going up over the top, and Jamie Cahill just missing out there. You can see the reaction there on the top of the climb in terms of the checkpoint. Where did Jamie end up?
3rd. And I can tell you, I'm just looking at it, it is 0.7 of a second separating the top 3 riders. There's no wonder Cahill threw his hands up and went, oh!
0.7 of a second is next to nothing when you're coming into a sprint at the top of a climb. We do see those gaps up there. Now, just taking a little bit of a run over the top. Damsgaard at the moment, right at the very front of this group. 1 or 2 riders distanced on that climb, but not a huge amount. I expect this to come all back together again on this long descent. Do you have an idea of how many riders in this leading group in category 2?
52 riders still in the leading group in category 2.
Ouch.
At last check at the last sprint checkpoint, there were 66. So a few of the riders now shaken off the tail of the group. But with 52 riders still in contention now, the transition between here and the start of the Jebel Hafit, I don't think we're going to see many riders, maybe 1 or 2, but no more than that, go off the back of the group before they start the Jebel Hafit climb at the 44.2 kilometre marker.
Well, one man who knows all about racing on MyWhoosh, Phil Grays, one of our all-time leaders in terms
of... to Bhutan.
He has indeed Beanie to Bhutan.
Sorry, I just can't help myself.
Explain Beanie to Bhutan very quickly. Go on, get it out of the system.
The Bhutan course at the moment on MyWhoosh is a season pass only, and part and parcel of that season pass, you pick up special little treats along the way. The beanie that Phil Graves is wearing on his head, the yellow beanie, is one of those early special treats that you pick up along the way.
Well, Phil Graves, this is his 207th Sunday Race Club.
207.
Yes.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I don't know if it's amazing or just sad, really.
What?
No, I think it's amazing. I'm just kidding you. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I have to say, fantastic stuff. Anybody who's dedicated enough to ride week in, week out, I do well to ride the bike every week. Never mind to race every week. Just it's so impressive.
It is, and there will be a lot of riders. We talked earlier on, didn't we, about Jeff Rooney being his 100th
Yes.
today. So halfway, Jeff, halfway to Phil Graves.
The problem is Phil keeps on ticking him in as well. I think. I mean, we do say well done to everybody who's done that, but I think the biggest step is getting off the sofa. Not watching, getting on, committing and riding. Go through that power passport. Make sure you get that done. Make sure you have a read of the rules before you jump on board and jump in. But do come and join us racing on MyWhoosh. If you don't want to start off on the Sunday Race Club, Cycling Esports League on a Tuesday is a fantastic place to start. Need to have a heart rate monitor on there to verify your performance. You need to stay within your category. There's lots of great racing. I hate structured training. I'm going to say this now. I hate structured training with a passion. I really don't find it works for me. It's about as good as me being at school. But what I do love is racing. So my training on MyWhoosh is going out and racing on it. And I use that as my interval session instead.
Yeah, and a lot of people do, and a lot of people really like that. But you just said a phrase, stay within your category. Don't necessarily need to stay within your category. Race as hard as you can, and as you get stronger, you will move up categories.
Yes, or just I don't mean stay in your category like don't try. What I mean is make sure that you enter the correct category for what you expect your performance to be, not necessarily what it is. You can up your FTP in anticipation of that to change your category. Would you believe? You need to read the rules. It's really simple.
Yeah, I know.
I know Emma's pulling faces in the studio. That happens on a regular basis.
It does. I'm very expressive. I once had a boss who said to me, just sitting in a management meeting, Emma, it's just written all over your face what you think of new policy. Well, Sai Safrazadi on the front at the moment, dialing it off the front. And Jason Osborne picking up the pace on his wheel. They're dialing it now because they're heading towards the polka dot banner at the top of the aquarium climb, 30.2. So they're 800 metres away and Safrazadi has gone long. But Osborne now coming up, the world champion on the side of Safrazadi. Safrazadi, you can see him. He's in the middle of the screen through Yasin Jones, Safrazadi, Van He and Pedersen, all part and parcel of this leading group on the MyWhoosh Category 1 Sunday Race Club pack. Safrazadi has not given in. Osborne, the world champion, came past and Safrazadi didn't go, well, here you are, this is yours. He digs in again.
Two teammates, though, could be working together, and if they work together to go clear, everybody else behind is going to be throwing panic stations at this. Safrazadi goes. Osborne jumps onto his wheel. Slight headwind here. Now Osborne goes over the top. Safrazadi is going to be sitting there waiting to see what happens because Benitez is coming. Knudson's on his way, also a teammate on the Boss Moves Only squad. So they're up there, but look at this. Now we start to see Pedersen kick. Pedersen starting to put in the sprint. He's looking to take out Osborne here. Can he pull down the world champion on his run to the line? Osborne's responding at 11 watts per kilo, but Osborne's 11 watts per kilo is not the same power. Pedersen is going to capitulate. Osborne's going to take that. What a run for the line on the climb. World champion changes rainbow stripes for polka dots.
It does indeed, but I can tell you at this point on the course, the Category 1 pack is still not moving as fast as the Category 2 pack. Jason Osborne takes 5 points in that competition. Pedersen takes 4, Andreasen takes 3, Knudsen takes 2, and Panizza takes 1. But take a look at that time. 30 seconds nearly. Well, 30 seconds, that's slower than Category
37.
2. I know. SS going through for Category 2. Ben Goodwin, who we've seen attack in Category 3, going through the top of the aquarium climb first. Mikhail Jakila taking through Category 4. Steinholm taking through Category 5. And Efrem Mamba taking through Category 6 at the top of the aquarium climb.
So all of those riders are taking the checkpoint prizes for their category as they go over the top. They also take maximum points, 5 points for the win in their respective categories as they go in through, as they go over the top of the climb. But remember, of course, that is as nothing as compared to the climb of the Jebel Hafeet that kicks in at 44, just over the 44 kilometre mark and runs right the way up to 54.9 kilometres with the final 700 metres, the technical run, the tough one to get right in terms of momentum in our race finish. The course very, very much influencing how these riders race. At the moment, Jason Osborne has kicked clear of the front of
they
that
need to
chasing
chase
group.
if they want to catch him.
Well, I'm going to say this now. Osborne's doing a McCarthy.
He is indeed, and at the perfect point in the course where there is a tailwind. So the aquarium climb, on the climb up, the descent out, and then the small climb afterwards, it is a tailwind section of the course, and perfect if you want a solo breakaway. And that's what Jason Osborne is doing. The pack have got to shake themselves in Category 1 if they want to close him down, because we know just how strong he is on the climbing as well. If they want to beat Jason Osborne today, they really need to move.
So he's gone on the first red section from the left, the aquarium climb. Of the run to the final climb, when you look at this in terms of where he's going to have a tailwind, that's pretty much all of it, apart from the 2K from 38 to about 40K. He's going to have potentially a few sections of headwind against him, which is where the pack behind will have an advantage. And because of that, and that basically comes just after the little bump after the aquarium climb, he's going to find that he is now in a position that he could potentially solo to race victory. The question I would be asking, who's going to chase? Because you're not going to see Boss Moves only chase. You're not going to see Knudsen and Safrazadi, who've been doing the work chasing. Are Team Scandi going to do that? We know now Pedersen's on form, but this is a big climb finish. I think that finish is going to be very tough. That's Category 1, but the same applies for everybody. If a rider has gone from the aquarium climb, there is one section on the way back, which is 38 to 40K, which is headwind. The rest of it suits breakaways. It's going to also mean that the gradients on the climb, although there are one or two slight steep sections with headwinds, the vast majority is a tailwind. In fact, the last few K, all tailwind in towards the finish. So it's going to be very dependent on what those riders want to do today as they make their way out and around race route. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to put that effort in? At the moment, Sebastian Havo, well, he's putting the effort in at the 43.2K mark. He's just off the base of the climb here. He's got a gap, 7 seconds. It's going to be helpful going on that climb. That's a long way to hold it.
It is a long way to hold it, and it's a really, really interesting move. I mean, he's still got, 11.6 kilometres of racing with a significant climb in that distance. So Havo, Kisnoski, in the mix, but it's a 9-second gap between those two, and then the rest of the group all on Kinoski's wheel. On the right-hand side of your screen at the 45.3 kilometre marker, they're already on the climb. Eric Rimborg, Golden Boy, we've not seen him for a while, and coming to the front of the race at the right time in the last 10 kilometres. Rimborg and Semela, the two riders in Category 4, climbing side by side, and take a look at the gap. Nice move. Around 40 seconds at the moment for Rimborg and Semela. This could be, do some quick checking, Matt. Has Eric Rimborg, when was the last time, or has Eric Rimborg taken a win? Golden Boy himself. You're tapping on the screen, aren't you?
He has. He's taken one win. And you've taken one at least. I was just thinking, was it more?
I know.
Yeah, his last win on a Sunday race club. His only win on the Sunday race club. It's a while ago. I want to say it was on California, which dates it somewhat. You talk amongst yourselves. I'll come back to you in a moment. It's a lot of scrolling going on.
I know.
It's
69 participations for Eric Rimborg. So Golden Boy has been around some time in terms of the Sunday Race Club, and that golden ticket, well, it's come up once. Can it come up again today? Well, we're in with Category 5 at the moment. They too are on the climb, 46.6 kilometres.
Thank you.
You were right, isn't it? It's California.
It is.
13 seconds. This group we are with is 13 seconds behind the leader. Simon Stark is the rider in between the leader, Alexei Tishanu, and this group being led by David Young at the moment. We were in with David Young very, very early into the course. We dropped into his pain cave and we were chatting about it was the type of course that could well suit him. Well, suit him it does. He's currently leading the chase group, 19 seconds back from the leader of the race in Category 5 and really climbing strongly at the moment. Steinholm in the polka dot skin suit is with the group being led by Young at the moment.
Really interesting, isn't it, as they start to push on here in the race, the way that these groups start breaking apart. I'm going to go very quickly back to your question. The last time, and the only time, Eric Rimborg, Golden Boy himself, has taken the win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's a long way back. It is in California. My memory does work occasionally. California, coast and country. And it was way, way back in July 2024.
Wow.
So if ever there was somebody overdue a win, I think it's Eric Rimborg.
Nice
I'll
to see
be
the
honest.
form coming strongly.
It's not his own. He's got lots of wins in other races, Scandinavian Race Series, public qualifiers in 2024 as well. You know, he's taken lots of wins, but in a Sunday Race Club, it's been a while.
Yeah, 3 sprint jerseys, 4 King of the Mountain jerseys, 4 third places, 3 4th, 5th places. So he's been there or thereabouts. And wow, could it be his first second place today, or could it be his second first place?
And that's assuming they hold all the way into the finish. Diego Vargas on our screens at the moment in Category 6 right-hand side, yet to get a podium on the Sunday Race Club. This is his 25th ride on the Sunday Race Club. At the moment, Diego Vargas has a gap of 41 seconds to Tomasin, and at the moment is looking good at the 49.1k marker. But a quick reminder, today we are racing to 55.6 kilometers, and it keeps on going up all the way to the 54.9k. Then there's a dip into the finish. The run into the finish, very, very tricky indeed. Vargas with the gap. He's still got plenty of distance to go.
And Jason Thomason, it is his first time on the Sunday Race Club. And to
what
be
a
sat
debut.
in second, what a debut. Absolutely just brilliant.
So the moment the riders making the way either to the climb or up the climb, Vargas leading Tomasin in second place. Felix Reimers currently sitting in third place. Then Newman, Maillard, Ibrahim and Schwartz. Ibrahim, remember, wearing the green skin suit as our sprint leader at the moment. And in fact, sprint a winner. He'll need to take that to the finish. But the good news is, once you get up this climb, the last sections of this climb, once you've done all the zigzags, the twists, the turns, the hairpin bends, in fact, once you get past, now you can see top right-hand side of the screen, we've got like a cloverleaf shape coming up in front of Vargas. Once you come around that left-hand turn, there is one itsy-bitsy tiny bit of headwind, and the rest of it is going to be a tailwind to the finish.
Well, there we go. Vargas climbing so strongly. Thomason on his first Sunday Race Club, his debut, sat in second place. Felix Reimers, who was leading really early into the race and was the winner last week in Category 6, putting in another really strong race today. 1 kilometre marker. Marcin Trojanowski is the rider off the front of the pack, and off the front of the pack by some way. 15 seconds, Christoph Kroll doing some chasing here. Short, sharp, punchy section for Trojanowski. Kroll, X100, Yazbek, Jacobs, Nair, Hoffman, all in the chase at the moment. Well, it's going to be interesting. 15, 16 seconds at the moment for Trojanowski. Can he stay clear? He's going to head in towards the climb very, very shortly. Bit of slipping room from the riders behind. I'm not sure Trojanowski needs slipping room.
He's taken 4 wins on the Sunday Race Club so far. He's done that in the finals in February in Japan. He's taken a win on the Alto do Aguila course in Colombia, but not the Paso Alto. The Heritage Climb course. He's always a rider for me who a punchy course suits. Now, is because of the changes to the way that the ride is making this more punchy with more short effort, and you know, if the gradient stays the same, but you're going into a headwind and then having a tailwind, then having a crosswind, that is changing the effort much more frequently. So riders who, like Emma,
thank you.
Yeah, who are diesels, who like to ride at one effort, one pace, will find that they have to change pace a lot. because they have to stay at the same effort. Riders who can push and then rest, can push through some of those short sections of headwind, can utilise some of the short sections of tailwind by sprinting up to speed and really pushing on. So wanting that sort of short, sharp effort, Trojanowski doing that for me. Jason Osborne, I don't think Jason really minds what the terrain is. At the moment, he's absolutely flying 27 seconds from Andreasen. And interestingly, Bjorn Andreasen
is clear of the bunch.
Yeah, he's clear of Knudsen, Van Heet, Tugels, and Co at the moment. So the multi-time world champion leading the former world champion in Category 1 at the moment. Category 2, Trojanowski clear, not just of one rider, but of the entire pack.
Yes. It's going to be a very interesting final 15 kilometres for the Category 1 race, and a very interesting final 10k for the Category 2 race. Look at that pack of Category 2 riders. It's just like they're hunting Marcin Trojanowski down, and they will be all the way to the top. 52 riders at last count in that group, with Marcin off the front, make it 51. Category 1, one rider clear, one rider chasing, big group behind.
I think it's going to be about 12 riders behind, maximum 10 riders, but that's still a lot of riders for Category 1 all together. Will they be able to play that draft card? Will they be able to work together? Will they be prepared to work together? Now, it certainly can, but I'm not sure they will. You can see that group just coming on the back of Jones at the moment. Ollie Jones just winding it up on the front here as they go into the headwind, not breaking down at the moment as these riders come around that left-hand turn.
It's interesting, isn't it? Mikel Plantreau closing the gap to Ollie Jones. I was wondering whether he was going to go up and over the top and help pull the group in the chase to Andreasen, because Andreasen's only 11 seconds up the road. He's gone round the corner ahead. Jones doing all the work at the moment. Plantreau putting in the dig to come onto Jones's wheel, but then sitting up and expecting somebody else to come through. Kel Power is the rider pushing on, but yet again is coming off of the power the second they get to Jones's wheel. So they're very, very happy to let Ollie Jones do the work on the front. They want to keep the gap tight, but they don't want to share the work.
Well, also, I think it's really smart in the sense that you put Jones on the front, you're nullifying some of it. You used up some energy he could use to sprint later. So if you do go into the finish, can you imagine if you shared the work with Ollie Jones, went into the finish with him, and then he outsprinted you? You'd feel like, I wish I'd have just made him work a bit harder.
I get the Boss Moves Only squad. Knudsen and Safrazadi not doing any work because Jason Osborne's down the road. I get Team Scandi Racing not doing any work because Andreasen is down the road. But the rest of the riders are not going to close them down unless they share some work.
But they're also then thinking about that climb. They're thinking about where we're seeing Category 2 at the moment, who are on the climb, on the ascent. The gap is substantial between Trojanowski and the rest of the riders. 45 seconds at the moment. The chase being led by Bruce Bird, Phil Graves and co. Bruce Bird, part of last week's winning team, the Abu Dhabi team. Bird, Nuki, Buster, Omdal and Mayer, the riders who represent that Abu Dhabi team. At the moment, you can see Birdie's there, Nuki sitting and hovering just behind as well. Now, I think this is a good move. Send Bird up the road. SS is on the chase, I suspect, at nearly 5 watts, but now 7 watts per kilo. So he doesn't want to let Bruce Bird go. And SS has that polka dot skin suit to defend as well.
Well, some steep sections on this climb at the start, but it is a stepped climb. And as you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, we're on around 9% at the moment. It's about to plateau, which will allow the group to just concertina back in a little before we start the next main part of the climb. And it's a long, long section before any flat plateau next time. And the climb does, it hits some very, very steep parts, 16, 17% in places. The average gradient at 10.7, the average gradient, 10.7%. So, no, it's not. It's 10.7 kilometres. Did you know, I'm just going to do a huge rewind because my brain is struggling at the moment.
Do you need a bit more coffee? Do you need
I think I need another cup of coffee.
Espresso?
Instead of it's 10.7 kilometres in length with an average gradient of 6.5%. That makes it better, doesn't it?
Yes, well done. Not a
round of applause forever.
Round of applause forever on the side of the studio. It's a long race. You need to adapt your fueling for the new conditions.
Yes.
Okay. one rider who's fueling clearly is working. I'll tell you something, Trajanski, he's really going well here. I'm really, when riders go get sliding room, you expect them to sort of come backwards. At the moment, he's not coming backwards so much as the riders behind are coming forwards. And as they make their way up this climb, they are closing the gap down rather than him coming back on the way through. So let's see how these riders go. Let's see how the riders are moving. We'll just have to see how they get on with the race route at the moment. The riders at the moment, though, SS and Yuki on the move, 10 seconds clear of Phlebas behind.
Yes. Christoph Kroll is there. Stuart Miller is there. There's a Zach Nair is there. And the power is coming down. Yuki, though, look at the kick in him and look at the climbing. And we know Ivan Yuki can climb really, really strongly. SS in the polka dot skin suit from the aquarium climb. It's a very different climb, but we know SS climbs strongly. Yuki knows that too. And he is attempting to glue himself to that wheel as they come up onto the wheel of Marcin Troshanowski. Look at that. 3 riders clear now, and it's 15 seconds back to Kroll, X100, Nitko, Ibrahim, and Nair, as well as the whole snake of Category 2 riders climbing up the Jebel Hafit.
Could be really interesting to see how Trojanski answers this. He's still got SS on his wheel. Yuki's making his way up here as well. This is a really good 3-rider group at the front of this pack, just at the moment, just stretching their legs clear on the front. As you say, a big stream of riders behind. It's a lot further back behind Jason Osborne to Niall Pedersen. 35 seconds is that gap. But we got to remember here, this is not going to be easy to pull back Jason Osborne on the climb.
No, but Andreasen has gone back into the fold in Category 1, no longer in that gap and space between Osborne and the pack. So Ollie Jones's work did indeed bring Andreasen back, but Pedersen, same team as Andreasen, going back out and onto the front.
Yep, 100%.
Team Scandi Racing have launched themselves this week, with Bjorn Andreasen, Jakob Dane and Niall Pedersen. Please do give them a follow on social media. Follow the racing team that is Team Scandi Racing. But they really are trying to make their presence felt. It's great.
It worked so well for them last week, and taking that team win, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just keeping an eye on these riders at the moment. Vargas at the moment heading up towards the top of the climb at the moment. He's 52k. You feel, it's nearly there, but there's a long
way to go, yeah.
Yeah, he's just done that sort of flat section that breaks your rhythm, and then it's another climb and another flat section, which is not quite as long the next one, but it keeps breaking your rhythm. He's ahead of Tishanu on the left-hand side of the screen, Category 5 race leader at the moment at the 50.4k marker. There's still a good gap between Vargas and Tishanu, isn't it?
There is indeed, and Vargas, the Category 6 rider, I think will definitely come over the line first. Felix Reimers, last week's winner, now coming into second place behind. But Thomason is the rider he's caught. There was a gap from Jason Thomason to Felix Reimer. Reimer now coming up and the latter part of the climb stronger for him. It's going to be interesting to see, the gap is strong from Diego Vargas. He's putting in an outstanding performance here today in Category 6, but Thomason and Reimers look like they're going to have a real battle, actually, for second and third. So that one is going to be interesting to watch, and I think that could go down to the wire. Well, it's looking like we've got a solo leader in Category 5 in Alexei Tishanu. He's got a gap back to Steinholm of 6 seconds. Holm really, really trying to stay on there. And then the group behind at 23 seconds, that's the group with David Young, who we were dropping in with last time. Christian Braun is also in there. In Category 4, they're the top right-hand corner of your screen. They're at the 50.2 kilometre marker. In fact, they could well catch the Category 5 leader on this climb. But we do indeed. Eric Rimborg was out clear there with René Semella. They have been caught in that Category 4 race, and the move is on, actually, because that is, I'm just taking a double look, that is another new rider, that is Borja Garrido.
Yeah, Borja Garrido at the moment. This is 8th Sunday Race Club. We're going to see if Garrido can keep clear. Good time to push on. You can just see at the moment working his way through these riders, getting the draft as he comes up, making sure he's passing them at the right place. And it's a headwind section here, so every time he can get the draft, it's all going to be helping. Where you catch other riders on this climb is going to be really, really important. Catching riders on a headwind section, able to use the draft for a little bit, is really good when you're coming up, particularly on the steeper sections. Catch somebody where it's a tailwind section, and you're not going to drop them as easily. And you're probably still not going to find, if you caught somebody, that's going to come to the front and work with you.
Yes.
Interesting.
Garrido continues to climb. He's climbing really strongly at the moment.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it?
It really is. And, well, take a look at that. That is the Category 2 pack, and they are all on the wheels now of SS. They've brought Marcin Trojanowski, the long-time leader on the climb, back into the fold, and the pack is so strong here. On the top right-hand corner, it gives you an idea of how many green jerseys there are out there in a very short section. The pack was 52 riders in total in Category 2 when it came into the base of the Jebel Hafit at the 44.2 kilometre marker. 4 kilometres later, it's not 52 riders, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, I reckon there's about 15 riders towards the front of that group, still in contention. Well, there's one rider in contention at the moment in Category 1. They're coming up to the 47-kilometre marker, and that is the world champion, 3-time cycling esports world champion, Jason Osborne. He's 32 seconds clear of the chase group, being led by his teammates Said Safrazadi and Michael Knudsen. Those two riders just making sure the gap stays. Noel Pedersen, Mikhail Plantero are in there. Tugels and Turek just a little bit further back.
I'm interpreting that slightly differently, and far be it for me to argue with you in the studio. It never happens, does it? Said Safrazadi and Michael Knudsen, both teammates of Osborne, I think have broken clear. And they've got a gap on Pedersen. I think they've opened the gap up. And you've got a boss moves only after getting beaten last week. They've gone, hang on a minute. They're coming back with they're going to come back with a 1, 2, 3 here if we if it continues.
It is the type of course that suits them.
It is, but and what an answer to Pedersen and Team Scandi Racing from the Boss Moves Only squad. Well, you beat us last week. Well, this week we're going to come back with a 1, 2, 3, and we're going to beat all of you with all of our team.
Oh, don't, because
fantastic!
I'm going to want to know what next week's course is and what the final course is, because this could be winding itself up for a great December in the men's Category 1 race in terms of team battles.
It certainly can now. The battle very different at the front of Category 2 at the moment to Category 1 as that Category 1 race starts to fracture and to split apart. Category 2 at the moment, a very big group here. I'm just doing Michael Schuren just on the back of this pack at the moment. 15 riders still in contention at the front of this race. You can see Schuren, the 15th rider, just going up on the wheels here of Trojanowski, who's still in the mix. But big names going out the back of the group. Khan Ambert KM gone. Damsgaard gone. Kaplinski gone. Milostic gone. We are talking about race winners distance now from this group, and it is starting to break the group apart. It's starting to split this group. What can they do about it? Well, the answer is going to be they need to do it, and they need to do it now. You can't get distance here. You won't find yourself at the front. Meanwhile, back to Category 1.
Oh, yes, and back to Said Safrazadi and Michael Knudsen, the two riders on the Boss Moves Only squad. Their boss is down the road, 31 seconds down the road. The chase is on behind, Tugels, Pedersen, Plantero. Tugels and Pedersen are the two riders closest at 9 seconds. They're the ones you can see. Safrazadi on your screen at the moment, leading Michael Knudsen. These two should work together on the climb. We've seen them both great climbers. They really do favour the long climbs, both of these riders on the Boss Moves Only squad. Safrazadi doing the business on the front at the moment. Knudsen just on his wheel. The gap to Tugels and Pedersen still hanging at around 9-10 seconds. Then there's another 10-second gap back to Power and Plantero. This is going to be a look very different to last week. Last week it was Pedersen from Paradians, from Jones, Vujasin and Panitsa. I think we're going to see different names on the top this week.
That's the world's easiest prediction to make somehow.
You wait, I might be wrong.
I don't think you will be at all. Let's do some green for a change. I think you're dead right. So Leonard Chugles and Dale Pedersen, the two in pursuit. Pedersen, the rider with the green skin suit here on the heels of Leonard Chugles. Well, what can this man do about it? We're going to have. I'm going to come back to the when we do a fancy dress Christmas special. This man has got a new nickname. He's going to be the Hulk because he is just so
Strong.
He's so strong. But it's because he's got the green background. I just want to see it flip round, and then you could just see he's got that big smile. He's got the power. He's got the strength. Can he put it to the fore
Is it a
now?
smile or a grimace?
I don't know. Niall can tell us that at some point.
Well,
I'm
I'll
sure
tell you something.
That smile when he took the sprint, that was a smile. That wasn't a grimace.
He is one rider on some seriously great form at the moment, and it is fantastic to see. It really, really is. And he's also one rider riding on confidence, and the confidence that win on the Sunday Race Club gave him last week, and he's just bringing that into the racing. Going alongside Leonard Chugles and now picking up the mantle. Chugles having to respond to stay with him. 8 seconds now the gap to Knudsen, so they are holding it. Safrazadi and Knudsen are not going clear of Pedersen and Chugles, and there's plenty of climbing to go. Interesting to see the young rider Linda Milostic now leading Chugles behind.
Definitely. Just in with Michael Strejcek at the moment, just in that Category 5 race. You got the shot down into the rider's pain cave. The Polish rider at the moment really working to make sure he holds his position as long as he can. He's got lots of riders around him, just seeing Category 4 riders coming through. And you can see here working. He's got Unitika with him, just coming up alongside. You can see that you've got Andrade coming to Category 3. A real mix of riders all together. No mix, though, at the front of the race. Vargas at the moment, with that gap to Reimers, really cometh the climb, cometh the day, cometh Diego Vargas.
Yeah, he is indeed. And you can see this is one of the really steep sections on the climb, and it is the corner before the polka dot banner. So there is a real sting in the tail on the Jebel Hafit, 14, 15, 16%, very quickly dropping. It's going to kick again as they go round the corner, well, as Vargas goes round the corner towards the polka dot banner. Once he gets to the polka dot banner, there's another 700 meters to the finish, but you can see the descent and then the kick. It really does change once they go underneath the climbing segment here, and Vargas really climbing strongly.
Looking really good, isn't he? He really has raced to his strengths here on this climb. Behind him, Reimers looking good, but he's got Tomasin right up close and personal. I think that's going to come down to a battle. Tomasin at 5 seconds. These three riders, Vargas, Reimers and Tomasin, clear of Maillard, Skirski, Levitsk, as well as Pettis. So, very interesting to see how these riders continue to push on. Vargas takes the polka dot skin suit because he's just added the points going through the line. We'll have to see if they're going to stick on the aquarium climb. Not quite sure where he was in terms of Category 6, just taking I think there's a race between Emma and myself to get the positions. He didn't take any points on the climb, Vargas, on the first of our climbs. So interestingly, he's gone to the 4 here because I think Reimers will take it overall, because Reimers has got a second place on the first climb of the day.
Well, Diego Vargas really doing the business here as he drops into the descent. He's going to kick now towards the finish line. He's not had a win on the Sunday Race Club. He's had 2 4th and 5th places, 24 participations.
It's time to run for the line for Diego Vargas. Vargas is making his move on the way into the finish. He's out of the saddle. What a way to take away your first victory in his 25th participation. Diego Vargas, a race winner, comes across the line in Category 6 on Qualifier 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Well, what a brilliant ride by Vargas. He takes away race victory. Doing the business here today. He takes away the race win. Felix Reimers, now he's got to stay with this. He's got to stay focused. Tomasin is not that far behind him. And this is for points in the climb competition. And I think this is going to see that polka dot jersey change hands to Tomas from Vargas to Reimers. They are in the category 6 race. In the category 5 race at the moment, Steinholm on the move. Home at the moment from Braun, from Young. Tarati's in there. Duda is in there. Tishano was leading this race last time we looked. Home at the moment with that polka dot jersey looking good at the moment on that climb as they make their way up here. And it could well be it's going to be Holm who's going to take it home in category 5. Meanwhile, Mr. X100 on the move here in category 2.
Yeah, he is indeed. And SS Christoph Flubers, and Godzagi, Zardi, Nitko, Ibrahim, Buster, all behind at the moment. And you can see that pack has got so much smaller. Stuart Miller is in there, and Christoph Kroll now off the back. So the selection has been made in category 2. 4, 5, 6, 7 riders doing the chasing.
Well, the climb will tell. They call the time trial the race of truth. Well, today it's a race of truth up to the summit here. Felix Reimers does indeed take the polka dot skin suit in category 6, but he's not going to take away the win. It will be second place, though, for Reimers. The German rider makes his way to the line on top of the Ebelher feet here on MyWhoosh on the Sunday race club qualifier race number 2 in December. Reimers goes over the line. Second place today, and that polka dot skin suit just ahead of Jason Thomason. Thomason making his way to the line. Great ride by him as he comes in. Did you say earlier on, first Sunday race club?
First Sunday race club, and it's his longest ride on MyWhoosh.
What a
level 9, longest ride, first race.
Good job. That is some going now. We're dropping in with Steinholm at the moment. He has that polka dot skin suit from the first of our climbs. He is trying to make his way up to the summit ahead of all other riders at the moment. It's looking good for him, and it's looking good that he's going to maximize his points on this climb as well. Behind him, Brown is still chasing Tarato Duda and Young, the riders in pursuit, but none of them within 5 seconds of Braun, and none of them near home. Home really, I think, has this surely dialed, but we're going to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, we've also got riders here in category 3 because we've got Kirsnowski on our screens just coming up on the right-hand side, heading in towards that right-hand turn. He's not far from that race finish either. He's onto that same section as Steinholm. He's closing in on home, actually, as we speak. So category 3 and category 5 are coming together at the moment. And Damien Kirsnowski, that is some ride. He really has attacked strongly as we've gone up that climb to go clear of the rest of that category 3 race field.
Yeah, and Garrido in the category 4 lead at the moment. Also, well, there's around 300 meters separating all 3 of those leaders in their consecutive races. Steinholm in category 5 is the rider at the 54.8 kilometer marker. He's going to be the first leader of those 3 races to go underneath the polka dot banner with 700 meters to go. Kirsnowski in category 3 is then going to come through. In fact, he can see the polka dot banner already. Holm goes through in category 5. Kirsnowski is going to go through in category 3, and then category 4 leader will be the next rider underneath that polka dot banner in terms of race leader.
So the riders making the way in towards the finish here on the Ebelher feet. This technical race finish, the drop down and the rise up, absolutely critical. We've got lots of riders making their way in. Don't forget all the full race results available on mywhoosh.com. Go to the results page from the main menu into the Sunday Race Club December's qualifier race number 2 for men. Steinholm, our next race leader, though, in terms of race categories, coming into Waterford. It's a category 5 climb winner who's taken away maximum points in that competition. Now comes around the right-hand turn here. Steinholm. This is going to be his 3rd win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in 28 participations. He makes it 3 wins here on the Ebelher feet in December. Qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Great riding by Steinholm to take away a race victory in category 5. Immediately behind him, it's going to be the 2nd win on the Sunday Race Club for Damien Kirsnowski, taking the win in category 3. Kirsnowski's 2nd win in 71 races here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Over a year on the Sunday Race Club racing on a Sunday.
Well, dropping into the descent and now onto the final climb is Borja Garrido. Garrido is leading the Category 4 race. Ryan Giuliano is giving chase behind, but Garrido is going to swing around the right-hand corner and see the banner today.
So Borja Garrido lines himself up here. His first win on the Sunday Race Club. 7 times racing, 7th time lucky. It's going to be Borja Garrido taking the race win in Category 4 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in December.
Well, I'm just going to drop back as we've got a few kilometres to go. Category 3, Damon Kinoski took the win. Patrick Bloom came through 20 seconds back in second place. Karel Schledek takes third today. Maximilian Stedman will take fourth. And Ben Goodwin, who attacked, and wins a combative award in Category 3 for me. In fact, overall today on the Sunday Race Club, takes 5th place in that Category 3 race. In Category 4, Garrido takes the win from Giuliano. Semela takes 3rd place in that Category 4 race. 4th and 5th not in yet. Holm takes the win in Category 5. Braun, Young, Turati and Horn. Tuomi coming through as well. Vargas takes the win in Category 6 with Reimers, Thomason, Petter and Lewicks taking 5th.
So as those riders now get their chance to get that recovery food and fuel down and to get themselves ready for next week's training, next week's racing. Lots of great racing on MyWhoosh on that Cycling Esports League on a Tuesday. Don't forget, jump on board, download the app on Android, on iOS, on Windows. If you want to know whereabouts you sit in the standings, Felix, then the easy way to find out what you need to be, where you'd sit roughly if you were racing, well, great ways to look on mywhooshinfo.com. You can look at the full race results and look at the power and the FTP and the race performance done by those riders on the way into the finish. Don't forget the full race results are also available. You can split them by category on the MyWhoosh website, on MyWhoosh results. Lots of great ways to find out so much data if you want it.
And just remember, she says, looking at the results screen at the moment of Category 3, it's not always the rider with the most or highest average watts that pretty much wins the race. So I can tell you, David Kiersnowski averaged 4.9 watts per kilo in that race. Karel Schledek, who finished 3rd, averaged 4.4.
Yep. And that's going to be more and more true as the riders get this wind effects dialed, which has been added this week. A fantastic addition to the race and really shaking it up and changing how riders are. More thinking required, more data to analyze, to think, to assess whilst you're riding. Now, whilst we don't have the jeopardy of riding outdoors, we do have lots of different things the riders have to consider. And at the moment in Category 2, they have to consider that they are still in a sizable pack. It's not a solo race win at the moment, and time is running out for the riders to take that. The race finished today at 55.6 kilometers. And the race for the summit is critical because when you go across the line on the underneath the banner of the climb, you have a dip and a rise. So momentum is absolutely key. There is going to be some serious skill in getting this right if they come together as a group, because taking the draft will count. But the other thing to bear in mind is as you go into this race finish, on the finish, not only do you have that drop and climb, but you also have a tailwind to contend with.
Well, Zach Nair is putting in the attack right now at the 54.5 kilometre marker. He's 1 kilometre out from the finish. He's got a big climb to go, and then he's got the dip and the rise. And Zach Nair, he's a rider on some really, really good form at the moment. He's a master tactician as well, so he will have thought about how this plays out. But SS matching the power, so is Mads Buster. Ibrahim is there as well. Nitko, X100, Godzarski, all in the mix. And we've got Nitko and Ibrahim on our screens at the moment. They're part and parcel of this leading group of 8 in the Category 2 race. Now SS in the polka dot skin suit attacks.
So SS at the moment on the move, on the climb here. We know he's got a great kick. He's got the polka dot skin, so he's looking to maximize points here. He's going to take 2 segments on the way through, but will he continue to push all the way to the finish? There's no way, surely, he can afford to back off at this moment. His teammate on the UAE clan team, Mr. X100, is just on the front, keeping a check of those riders behind him, making sure that he's able to profit from any chase that's coming from Ibrahim, from Nico, as they come up over the top here. This is the dip. It's going to be the drop, the rise. This is going to be critical. SS is back right off the pace here, and that is risky maneuver because he knows that riders from the back, if they kick, they can get the timing right. Neri's waiting to go. Take someone else to watch out for. Buster's got a phenomenal kick on him. But is he out of position here? Ibrahim goes at 10 watts per kilo. Nico's answering at 14 watts per kilo nearly here. Nico continues to put Goddard's coming as well. Nico's holding the front. You can see Nico's face as he pushes for the line. David Nico is going to come across the line first. He's going to take over. Is he going to be Ibrahim? This is going to be so close. It's Nico from Ibrahim, from Goddardzi, Nair, Buster, Mr. X100, and SS. They're the riders in Category 2 who've come in over the line. What a finish. There could have been nothing separating Ibrahim and...
a wafer thin mint.
A wafer thin
Not
mint.
even a wafer thin mint. 0.059 of a second separated David Nitko from Esabey Ibrahim in that sprint in Category 2. That's what we like to see in Category 2. A close race, and David Nitko and Esabey Ibrahim very pleased with that finish.
And what a race finish. And 2 riders who we wouldn't have put down necessarily as pure climbers, taking away the top 2 places there on the race. It shows you just how the changes are starting to take effect. David Nitko, his 2nd win on the Sunday race, will be 69th participation in the race.
Oh, well, I'm going to say because I have just spotted. So indeed. On the top left-hand side of your screen, Jason Osborne in 1. Michael Knudsen now has broken away from Syed Safrazadi on the climb. But joining Safrazadi on the climb is Lyndon Milostic, the young rider from Australia. He was 2nd in the Australian National Championships to Josh Harris earlier on this year, and he really is a young talent, just 18 years of age. He's climbing now with Syed Safrazadi. They're 9 seconds clear of Turek and Tugels. Power 13 seconds behind them. So Osborne in 1, Knudsen in 2, Milostic and Safrazadi in 3 and 4, Turek Tugels in 5 and 6.
And remember, of course, Syed Safrazadi, Michael Knudsen, and Jason Osborne, all teammates, all wanting to take the top 3, take away the victory. The first rider to the polka dot banner is going to be Jason Osborne, who's going to take away the checkpoint prize on the Jebel Hafid. He took away the maximum points on the previous climb, the aquarium climb. He makes it 2 wins out of 2 on our climb checkpoints. He'll take away the prize for the overall best climber in Category 1 on the December qualifier race number 2. But he's not going to be content with that. He will want to add race victory to that. This is a finish he knows very well indeed, because Jason Osborne is on his 126th Sunday Race Club.
I was going to say,
taken 3 world titles.
I was going to say he was about to equal Kate McCarthy's 50 wins, but he's not, because she did that last week and took 51 this week.
So it is 79 podiums now for Jason Osborne, 50 wins on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Jason Osborne, the world champion, takes the win in Category 1 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. He pulls on the yellow skin suit, winner of qualifier race number 2. Well, behind him, Michael Knudsen. He knows he's not got far to go now. Lyndon Milostic is on his way through. So I just
give him a new name.
Give him a new name. Maybe it's his middle name. You never know. Michael Knudsen goes over the top. Milostic is at 9 seconds. So Safrazadi's got a difficult question here, because Tugels, Turek are right on their heels as well. He doesn't want to tow them up to Knudsen, but he wants to take away victory. He knows that Lyndon Milostic is probably the best sprinter of the bunch out of those 3 or 4 riders. They're not going to touch Knudsen. He's got the 10-second gap. Michael Knudsen on his way in towards the finish here today. Knudsen, the rider who's already had the most podiums. He's had 94. This is going to be number 95 for Michael Knudsen. He's going to take away second place here today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 2 in category number 1. Second place goes to Knudsen. The attack has come from Saeed Safrazadi. Can he hold off Lyndon Melosti? He's going to come down to the throw on the line. Is it Safrazadi for a 1-2-3 for the Boss Moves Only squad? Is Melosti going to take it? Just taking a check. I think we're going to have to wait for a countback. I have it as Osborne, Knudsen, Safrazadi, but let's see what happens as they come in through. Don't forget, all of the results at the moment are provisional. All of that will be checked and double checked by the team and the system. Osborne takes the win, though, no doubt about that. 1 minute and 5 seconds clear of Michael Knudsen. The Boss Moves Only squad, no matter what happens, have put in the best team performance by far today in category 1, but with teams all over the place across the hillside. There's plenty more riders out there and racing. If you're still racing, keep on going. Not even the Jebel Hafeet goes on forever. And from the top, it's a long freewheel back down that hill to enjoy. I hope you've enjoyed the racing here today in the men's and the women's racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Please do hit that subscribe button. We know loads of you have been watching, lots of new viewers as well. Thank you very, very much for joining us, for joining Emma Martin and myself, Matt Payne. Emma, the wind hit for the December qualifier number 2. It's been great, hasn't it?
It has been really exciting. It has been absolutely fabulous. And I can tell you, Jason Osborne's time today of 1 hour, 27 minutes, 45 seconds is 10 seconds slower than the course record.
Oh!
Nearly, but not quite.
Nearly, but not quite. He went for a long one. Maybe if he'd had a bunch around him, it would have been closer. We will have to find out. And of course, that's a great thing about racing here on MyWhoosh, whether that is one of our great races. You can just jump on board anytime, or whether it is the Cycling Esports League. Get your entries in for that for Tuesday. And don't forget, of course, join us on the Sunday Race Club. That might be racing, that might be watching. Whichever way you do that, thank you very much for being with us. A big thank you to all of our riders for keeping us entertained, all of their backup teams for keeping them fueled, hydrated, and full of tactical nous on a tricky day here today. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes who bring the pictures to you and allow us to put words to the action. And a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes at MyWhoosh who make it all happen and knit together the fantastic game that is MyWhoosh. Join Emma Martin at biking_Emma on Instagram. You can catch up with me at MattFixerPayne on Instagram as well. Don't forget to follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh across Instagram and Facebook, and at my_whoosh on X. Subscribe, hit that button. We will be back next week for qualifier number 3 as we work our way through December. I hope you will be joining us. But from Emma, from myself, and all of the team at MyWhoosh, enjoy your riding. Enjoy your racing even more. So we'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.